Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts colors they may, beauty and parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. All aboard the Petty Express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Hey guys, it's Mo from Mo in the Deep End, and I did start this a bit early, so I will give time to let people come in. But I looked up and oh my goodness, we are getting the sentencing for Jermaine Bass, which hopefully will mean that we get justice that we can get for JJ and little Jayla. So we are starting a little early. I didn't realize they were going to have sentencing this quickly and live streamed. But before we get back to red rum or self-defense, I figured we would close out the Jermaine Bass sentencing. So that is what we are going to be watching first. And then we'll go back to the state making the case for arson, lesbian, love triangle, and self-defense, the most boring case ever. I do believe that we will be hearing from both the mother and Jermaine during this hearing, so that will be interesting. And I wonder what the defense is going to bring out as mitigating factors for him, because he did have several aggravating factors of, CA and using a force multiplier. So I wonder how that's going to, factor into everything. Let's just say, I don't see this man coming home for Christmas, okay? Not this year or any year. I don't know why they have them live for so long when you don't have anything going. But I am glad to see this being sentenced, and getting some sort of closure, which isn't much, but maybe we'll get some sort of explanation, some sort of something that will give us peace with this whole thing. I mean, I doubt it sincerely, but there's always that hope that maybe he will say something that will make all of this make sense. While I severely doubt it, I'm willing to give him a chance, at least. I doubt it, but pre-Lenten miracles can happen. Now, as long as they muzzle this woman, I think we'll be okay. Oh, come on, let's get to it already.
And motion for new trial.
You're not getting a new trial, dude. No one bought any of your stories of how you were cleaning your force multiplier and it went off like 5 times on
I have
accident.
received the defendants and motion for new trial. I have read that as well.
Yes, I did. I'm gonna go ahead and be one person. Sure. Yes, they're coming. Okay.
Okay, Irish, it's because this woman has talked to us like she is a Karen and we need to find our manager. This woman has talked down and talked like Kamala Harris to us this entire trial, and it's irritating. She has the most vocal fry, oh my God, up talk kind of smarminess that you would rarely see outside of an HR department. It really is quite fascinating.
Did you want us to address that right now, Judge?
Yes. Oh, are you ready? Or are you waiting for someone?
Ready?
Okay.
I'm just waiting for the family for the sentencing.
All right.
Judge, as you can see, I was able to detail my argument in the motion, and I believe we all know what they are. I have filed a motion for new trial on behalf of Mr. Bass. I think and believe that the strongest appellate argument is the fact that another court had denied his motion to suppress. I firmly believe that that motion should have been granted, and those statements would not have come into trial. And I have detailed out in the motion, and of course, we had the proffer during trial. We have all the evidence from the motion before Judge Fernandez, and of course, we have all the evidence she was given as well. The second was not being able to make arguments concerning voluntariness of defendant's statements. And the third would be all the information concerning all the other ammunition that was in the master bedroom, which of course the state's own testimony said was clearly not related.
Okay, this isn't a whodunit. His DNA was on the force multiplier. He made an excited utterance as the cops were coming in saying, I shot them, I was cleaning it, or what have you. I did it on accident. He didn't even tell anyone about his daughter who was bleeding to death upstairs. So I'm sorry, you're not getting a new trial. And I would send him directly to the center of the sun, but that's why I'm not a judge.
So I would ask the court to grant Mr. Bass's motion for new trial. I'm relying on the rest of what is in the motion, of course, for detail and the other arguments that we made during trial. Thank you, Judge.
And for the record, I know that you had also indicated that you had not had a chance to respond to the state's case law. But
Yeah, did you see the email?
you did in an email. and
Did you see the
distinguished
email?
those
Yes, I did.
cases.
Yes, I did.
But
Thank
I
you,
think Judge Fernandez came to the same ruling despite that. All right,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome. Mr. Terry, did you want to add anything?
A for effort, D for
All right,
denied, and F for FU. I mean, look, this woman has assaulted us with her absolute smarmy talk downness the entire trial, and I'm about done with her. So I am glad that this is done.
The motion for new trial is denied.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, state ready to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. I know some of the family members would like to come up and make a statement.
Of course, yeah.
Who's first? Jamie first. All right, sir. See, there's right here, put that mic right in front of you.
Anyone asking for these witnesses to be sworn? No. Right. All right, if you would please introduce yourself and tell me what your relation is to the children in the case.
My name's Richard Romeo. I'm the uncle.
Okay.
Sir, did you want to, you know, we're here for sentencing. Did you want to make a statement to the
Oh, sorry, I was
court
trying to
as
get.
far as what your family feels, how this has affected you all and what you would like to see happen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And
I just want to say, good morning. First, I want to address the court and the jury and say thank you for some kind of justice for me and my family. Jay, there's no amount of time that you will be serving to make this right. The trauma that you caused, we will always be affected, not only for my family, but your family as well. I tossed and turned many nights thinking, how could someone do something like this to their kids? They do not understand the joy of being a father. I guess I would never comprehend that. Because being a father is the most rewarding thing I ever had to experience. Jay, you will never get the pleasure of hearing, Daddy, I love you. Daddy, Daddy, I need you. And so on and so on. I pray that that eats up at you at every night of your life, for the rest of your life. That you will never hear that again. Jay, you're truly definition of a coward. You took your anger out on your own kids that were very defenseless. You intended to hurt my family without thinking about hurting your family as well. You're not there to comfort your family members. You're not there to do anything to make it right. You left JJ to believe that he has to be my sister protector. when you were certainly not. JJ asked me one night, Uncle, why did this have to happen to me? I replied to him, I'm not sure. I know that you're a survivor and you was meant to do great things. He said, why did my sister have to die? I replied to him, because she knew you needed an angel to get through this life. And when things get tough, you will ask your sister, what do I do? And she will help you find the answer. He said, you're right, Uncle Richard, because she helped me this far. Jay, you did not win though. You lost. Not only your freedom, not only the opportunity to be a part of JJ's healing and his greatness, which he surely will be. You lost the opportunity to have that father to father talk, to give guidance, participate in school events, sport events, and witness those teenagers and adults first that most parents treasure. You did not succeed. You did not win. My nephew and my sister will heal and will grow and to continue to be great without you. While Jayla's spirit is shining down on us, and we are proudly honoring her memories. You did not win, you loser.
I say preach. I say preach. I said that this man spoke eloquently about everything that he betrayed in fatherhood. And I hope that he gets the max.
I hope that he gets the max sentencing that he could possibly get. And loving memories of my niece, Jayla.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, does anyone else have anything they'd like to address the court with? And the sentencing is for the purpose of the court determining how this loss has affected you and your family. The sentencing is not a time for name calling and attacks on the defendant. So
Okay, obviously, in Mo's courtroom, it is totally the time to take the piss out of the defendant. You look like a weirdo. Orange is not your color. Thank God you've got the birth control glasses on, though I don't know that you're going to actually receive any birth control benefits from them. But chink.
if that's what you're going to do when you're going to come up, you need to reevaluate that. All right.
Well, this is going to make sentencing boring.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
If you would, please tell me your name and how you're related to the children.
Shirley Bass, mother.
Okay.
Did you have a statement you wanted to make to the court regarding sentencing in this case?
Excuse me. I just want to say thank you and
Do you need some water?
no, I'm fine, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Let us know if you do.
It's never going to be any justice for this. But I pray that we can all move forward. While our angel is looking over us all. Life as a mother and wife comes with its challenges. It's not always perfect, and each day isn't filled with sunshine. But with faith and prayer, you navigate through the ups and downs. You embrace your role as a football and cheer mom. And despite financial hardships, nothing compares to the joy of witnessing your children thrive in activities they love. You focused on their happiness, content with your daily routine of work and family life. Yet, in an instant, everything changes. Your husband and children are taken away from you, leaving you to question, how could he? How could he hurt them, putting them in harm's way, knowing he's supposed to be their protector? What could drive him to such action? No longer is it about why, but how. Why could a person choose to harm their own child? A little girl who just begun to experience the world, who started kindergarten 19 days before, and who will not lose not only her first tooth, but her entire life just 13 days later. How could you? How could you take away the life of such an innocent, joyful, promising child? How could you? She will never get to experience her first dance or celebrate her sweet 16. And she'll never become the cheerleader she was destined to be. How could you? As a mother, the thought of the experiences I wish to share with my daughter is heart-wrenching. Those moments were stolen from me by someone I trusted, who I thought I loved, in our children. Understanding that no sentence you receive could ease the pain or bring her back is a harsh reality. When you think of your son, who looked up to his father, loved playing video games, and dreamed of being a football player, how could you attempt to take your own son's life? How could you? You ripped away your son's dream and denied him of a fair chance. Yet through it all, I feel blessed to witness my son's healing journey. Tears of joy filled my eyes the first time he stepped onto that field again, knowing that what he has endured. He proudly declared that he will wear the number 5 to honor his baby sister Jayla. In the weight of this tragedy, it is now my responsibility to ensure that my son JJ is protected. I am determined to create a safe and loving environment for him, one where he can thrive and continue to grow without fear. Jayla is now with the Lord, resting in his arms. She walks with us every day. Those we love may leave us, but they remain in our hearts forever. Jayla is deeply loved and very much missed. We cherish the 5 years we shared with her and the beautiful memories we created. She brought us the best 5 years of our life. And our heart knows the sweetness of the angel she was here on this earth. I hope that you live your best life, experience the pain, knowing what you took from this world. A bright, loving cheerleader, an awesome daughter, cousin, niece, granddaughter, and an amazing sister. How could you make the choice to end her life? JJ is a warrior. And he has an angel looking over him every day now. It's Double J forever, and Mommy loves them both.
Thank you for the super chat, Obscure Destination Outdoors. Hope you're well. Spring cleaning, stay safe. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope spring is coming soon. I'm not saying that I may be putting together a crack team of cripples to go kidnap Puxatawny Phil if he doesn't see his shadow or he gets scared. I'm just saying there might be a bunch of chronic pain people who really need winter to end, who may or may not liberate Puxatawny Phil until he doesn't see his shadow. And this mother is doing an excellent job. I've just been letting her speak. She can speak more eloquently and from the heart about her loss and being a mother to a child left behind, answering all those questions that don't have an answer. and being a mom. So I'm glad we are finally getting to hear from this woman whose life was so greatly changed that evening. Because regardless of, maybe the ups and downs in their relationship, no mom is prepared to do this. And check out Obscure Destinations Outdoors. If you need a little break from this stream, they do wonderful streams, calming, more relaxing, not so bad, bad people stuff like the Petty Express does.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, class.
We also have a statement, Judge, provided by Shirley's sister, Marlene.
All right.
I stand before you today with a heavy heart, with grief and a soul shattered by the loss of my beloved niece, Jayla. At just 5 years old, her life was taken far too soon by the very person who was meant to protect her, her father. The pain of her absence is a wound that will never fully heal. I miss her laughter, the times she would call and say, Auntie Lean, are you taking us to get ice cream? Those simple moments were filled with joy and love. I cherish the 5 precious years we shared, and I often find myself longing for just one more hug, one more smile, one more day with her. Jayla was just beginning to break out of her shy shell. She had recently started cheerleading, a passion that brought her so much excitement and happiness. It breaks my heart to know that she will never get to experience the joys of growing up, the milestones that every child deserves to reach. Her beautiful spirit, her laughter, and her innocence were taken away from us, leaving a void that will never be filled. I want the world to know that she was loved deeply and that her laugh, though short, had a profound impact on all of us who were fortunate enough to know her. As we navigate this unimaginable loss, I hope that her story serves as a reminder of the importance of love, protection, and the responsibility that comes with being a parent. No child should ever have to endure such a fate, and no family should have to experience this kind of heartache. In memory of Jayla, I ask for justice, not just for her, but for all children who deserve to live in a safe and loving environment. Thank you for allowing me to share my heart. Sincerely, Auntie Lean.
Judge, that's why your honors. State's position, obviously, count one, there's no choice but to give him life in prison. We would ask that he receive the maximum on all 3 charges on such a heinous crime, taking away the life of his own daughter, attempting to take the life away of his son. It was a horrible act, one of the worst, and we are asking Judge that he get the maximum, which is life in prison on all 4 counts.
All right. Do you have guidelines for us? You know.
I am cool with that. Totally cool. Now, what's the defense going to say? But he was sad and he had a hard life. The rest of us who are dealing with our own personal bullshit say, and we didn't do anything to anyone else because we understand that being an asshole sucks. You decided to be an asshat. FAFO. And you stole from the world your daughter. And you stole from your son a future that he thought he was going to do. He wanted to play football, and now he can't because he has a bullet stuck in his brain that doctors won't be able to get out because it's too dangerous.
On those 3 counts.
We did, Judge, and I believe it's been submitted to you via email.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Send it to me or to the division.
I sent it to you. I can also forward it to the division if you need.
From you?
Yes, ma'am.
Howdy, Christine. I hope you're doing well this Monday. You know, her voice is so chipper, but her face says, I never smile. Oh, God, not her.
This defense review it?
Yes, ma'am.
We did review the score sheet. We have located some errors and they have been fixed, and the final copy is accurate, Judge.
All right, well, I'm looking for that. The defense have witnesses that,
Mr. Bass's mother, Ms. Thomas, would like to address the court.
sure.
Okay, I'm going to try to be kind to this woman. She is a mother. Her son, she's lost her son, and her son did something terrible. I wouldn't wish this position on anyone. Hopefully, she has something full of wisdom or something to say good.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Laquanza Thomas, Laquanza Thomas, Thomas.
What is your relationship to Mr. Bass?
That's my son.
Okay. And Judge Ward, what would you like to tell her this morning?
This has been a journey, always been a journey. As a mother, my son had him April 27, 1992. And a joy that it was as a young mother, raising him. And he was always a good student, smart, intelligent. He still is.
Is he an only child?
He have twin brothers, and everybody educated, everybody graduated. No one's have no charges in no schools or none of that. This the first.
Okay, well, they might not have gotten detention at school, but kind of double homicide. And I get it. I get you remember that baby they placed in your arms, and you probably never thought that his life journey was going to end up with you testifying to try to give him, leniency. But maybe don't say he was a straight A student like Sarah Boone, because I really don't give two craps if he never got detention, but he went on to pull a bullet in both of his kids' brains. And I'm saying this as a woman who's trying to have a lot of grace for you. And I get it. But you might remember him as that innocent little boy, but all we have seen is this monster who took his children. So maybe we do need this perspective. But him not getting detention, I don't know where to go with that.
First one. Everybody's always worked. My son been working there since the age of 15 with his grandmother. Then got on his own. He always been, when he met her at the age when she was 17, he always was a provider, a protector, and a pleaser, because he was the one who was always working. And he always made sure he provided for his family. And he always made sure that no matter what, they was good, even before I was good. He went back because he wanted to be a husband and he wanted to be able to take care of his kids. But sometimes you have to learn to separate yourself, love yourself more.
So we're going with it's Shirley's fault. Shirley and their discord in their marriage pushed him over the point where he made a beyond unforgivable choice. Everyone has had times where they look at their spouse and they're like, God is really crazy that he wants two different species, because men and women, honestly, two different species, to try to figure things out and work together. Marriage is not easy. You have to continually grow and be kind and be giving and think about another person and try to communicate with another person who has a completely different lens than you, completely different, ways of looking at the world. It is not easy. But if you are going to sit here and say that your son went back to try to protect his family and all of a sudden, I don't know, he didn't have emotional self-control and he lost it on his kids, then you can miss me with this noise because I don't want to be mean to you, ma'am. But this is absolutely shifting the burden to Shirley. He is a grown ass man. If it was a bad relationship, he has just as much agency to leave that family or leave that relationship behind and not leave the children behind. And I get it. You remember that little boy. You remember that innocent smile when he took a cookie, when he did all these little moments in your life. But we don't know that. All we know is that he got mad at his wife and decided to take it out on his kids. So go ahead and talk, but I just, ugh. I get it and I don't. And I've seen it in my own life and I get it. I get it. She's a mom. She remembers all these things. But she also really needs to understand that we don't have that view of her son. So maybe it is good that we're getting this perspective. But, 1,000 little good things, does that make up for the big, big, big bad thing that you did? I don't know.
Because sometimes you'll be on a journey and that you can't see because you're not used to it because it's your first love. You didn't have all those experiences. And as a mother, I couldn't give you of who you was going to love and end up with and what the journey you would have had to go on. But I'm always here. And one thing about it, all the men's at the cruise ship, because he was a welder building cruises. His last job. They know what everyone said, nothing but good things about you. You hold your head up.
Sir, I'm going to recommend you hold your head on a swivel. As much as I've learned from cable TV and true life documentaries from crime in prisons, they don't like people that unalive children. So I wouldn't keep my head at a proud tilt. I'd keep my head at a swivel. This mom is making it worse. Like, you be proud, son. You were a good person except for that time you unalived two or nearly unalived two kids. You were a good guy.
I don't know. I still don't know the answer. I don't know why. I don't know none of that. But one thing that I will say, if it happened, if you did do it, it's a crime of passion because of the stories that.
If it happened, you are sitting here because 12 people kind of looked at all the facts and assumed it did happen. And this mother, I wonder where he gets lack of accountability from. I have a thought. Your son did something wrong. You can still love your son and admit that he did something wrong, not try to create in your mind a narrative where it was a crime of passion or whatever you have to tell yourself. Maybe one bullet is a crime of passion, but then you make a choice to pull the trigger 4 more times and do a tight grouping on his daughter. I'm sorry. But, being a good welder, being a good person for some, portion of your life doesn't erase what you did. Real atonement means that you accept the gravity and responsibility of what you did. Not, it's a crime of passion. I didn't undo it. It was, no, it happened. Explaining away and rationalizing it away is the most infuriating part of these sentencings. I am not going to lie, at least to me. Because I think I can speak for chat, for lurkers, for people who will watch this in the future. We all have our giant Samsonite full of BS that we carry with us because life is trauma. And most of us realize that our trauma doesn't equal a free pass for asshattery. We realize that being a kind person, despite all the crap that life has given us, is a bit of a victory in and of itself. So we try to spread kindness instead of asshattery. We try not to victimize the world because we think that we've been victimized by some other trauma. Because we know that that kind of sucks. So we try not to be other people's trauma. Try it. Accept it. Learn it.
That I know, and they say, why? Why he call his mother? Because I'm always that mother.
Who's excusing his behavior. Let's be real. Let's be real. He probably did get in trouble at school, and you are probably the first parent that go in there and say, "Not my son, it must have been the teacher picking on him." Ask me how I know.
That's gonna be there, that I'm gonna come. Mama have the answers. That's what my kids know. And maybe I went and did protect them too much. My kids work and they be at home playing the game, even at this age. But maybe I don't know how to stop a little bit. But I love my grandkids because I'm just like I was about my sons. I was that grandmother if nobody else was there.
You're the grandmother. You are one of the people that can speak for Jayla and JJ. And I get that you want to speak for your son, but please, for the love of all that is holy, do not invoke their names to excuse his behavior, because I will weave a tapestry of profanity that will be epic and legendary and will grace, future meme walls.
There. I was there. I made it happen. So you hold your head up. I love you and I'm on this journey with you because I know if you did this, it was a crime of passion. Not nothing else. And I thank you all.
I wonder if we took her to a force multiplier range and we let her shoot a force multiplier 5 times, and we let her do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is passion. 1 I can give you as passion. I don't agree with it, but I can see it as passion. Each of those individual shots after that first shot was premeditated because he made the choice to pull the trigger. Again, if this happened, ma'am, he has been convicted. So 12 people, 12 jurors of his peers looked at all the evidence, looked at all the shenanigans from the defense, and they said it was premeditated, not a crime of passion.
Thank you for being here.
Also, you couldn't have brushed your wig. Look, I'm just saying, she had her edges done, everything. We just couldn't have brushed it a little bit. It is court. Yeah. Again, this is the mom. The lens through which she sees her child is going to be very different and very protective. I just can't imagine that my mama bear wouldn't be there for my grandkids too, because I think my grandkids would be my mama bear issue, because I love, love, love my children. And I'm going to love, love, love my grandchildren. And I don't ever want to be in a position where I have to make this Sophie's choice, but I'm not going to lie about it. I do believe he gets up and mumbles or rambles incoherently, allegedly.
Anything else?
Nothing else on behalf of the defense in terms of witnesses. Mr. Bass is not going to make a statement here this morning.
Mr. Bass does not want to be heard.
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct?
I'm going to make a statement.
Do you need a second with them?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
All right.
Oh dear God, what the hell is this rambling redonkulousness? She's like, look, don't say nothing incriminating. You can tell this lawyer was not set up for this. She's like, dude, say nothing that's going to screw your case in appeal. And he's like, what? Good morning. Let's talk Megan's hair.
Thank you for the time. Mr. Bass is going to make a brief statement.
All right.
Your Honor, growing up for me as a child, it's been tough. I was raised in a single parent home till about the age of 10 with my cousin that my mom adopted. And we had good times. We had some bad times. I've always gone to school. I've always had good grades. Like my mom stated, I've always worked.
Thank you.
I graduated from Hillsborough High School.
Okay, have we gotten to a point where these are life achievements and not the bare minimum for, a functional adult human being or a functional human being? Like, when have we gotten to where graduating high school is actually a landmark achievement and not just, mandatory or something that, one does to achieve anything in life? I mean, getting a job, graduating high school, being a provider if you decide to have a family, these are all the bare minimum things. You don't get a sticker, you don't get an award for getting up and going to a crappy job because it puts, tennis shoes on your kid's feet. It's just what you do. It's called life. You get up and you do it. I mean, I don't know if he wants a sticker for having graduated high school and, maintaining a job, but those are kind of just the bare minimum humaning things, at least in my opinion.
I'm a good person. I work. I've always provided for my family. I've always been good.
Provided them lead.
Good cheer. I was always the favorite cousin, the favorite brother, the one who was, some people may say, the privileged one.
Now you have the privilege of being Bubba's girlfriend. This has all been about you. You have not said one word of "I'm sorry," or the moment I, put that force multiplier away, I knew my life was over because my children were hurt. Well, because he wants you to feel sorry for him, because if he did it, it was a crime of passion per his mother at sentencing for his convictions for first-degree murder. But okay.
Made sure that my family had the best. I always strive for the best. I moved my family out from Tampa to the Gibson area, 2-story home, to provide for them, to make sure we had the best life and a nice
Dingus is like, "Why did you get me? I was napping on your bed."
all those things I lost.
Oh my God.
On this journey, but I did everything in my power to redeem myself and try to make things better.
Redeem yourself?
I made sure that when he was going through his speech issues, I gave him a tutor. I made sure I put him on that football field. I made sure that no matter the cost for the
Dingus is like, "Get me down from here."
My daughter was able to go, no matter what was the circumstances or hardships that my family had to face. I made sure to try to come up with some type of resolution to get them.
Come on,
To
Dingus.
find a way out for them so they can have a nice
I know the boob
life
shelf is gone.
as a father and as a husband with my wife, since we were like high school sweethearts.
So I know that elite cheerleading can be way expensive. So depending on, if she was on a travel team, they had different costumes. But this isn't his life. This is a fantasy life. And even Dingus is like, "What the hell, dude? Sure, sure. You're super dad. You loved your son, and again, no mention of his daughter until like an afterthought or an appendix. Dingus has survived. So update on Dingus. Dingus has survived getting debulbed. He is no less agitated or irritated with life. And he decided to steal an entire lemon pepper fish fillet yesterday and sneezed all time because it's lemon pepper and he soldiered through and ate my entire lemon pepper fish fillet because he's apparently the doctor now that I need. He's like, "No, you don't need that. I'll take that for you." I come back there is nothing but crumbs and everything on my bed. And I was like, Dingus, come on. And he just looked at me like, do we have more? Like, can you make more in that air fryer thing? Has the nerve to then still be hungry and caterwaul for dinner, too. He's like, I's a growing boy.
And we've been together, and she will always be my one heart, one love, one mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me let you go back to the bed.
How anyone feels for what they may accuse me of, I know the outcome. I just want to say, I felt.
Did he and his mom realize he was on trial? Like, has it escaped them that whatever he might be accused of, he done been accused and adjudicated? Are they confusated? Do they think that there's like a do-over, a mulligan? Because they seem to be like allegedly and supposedly and, possibly. You done been adjudicated, sir. I don't know how much more to tell you, but it will list felon you. Like, you and felon will be in the same, space. So I don't know what this allegedly is, but okay.
Hardship comes relief. And I hope that my family and her family, they find some type of peace. And I know that it may be difficult.
Darlene Wesley, we have never really gotten a motive. It seems like there was a lot of, friction and maybe tension in the husband and wife's relationship. It was alluded to by his mother that maybe he left the family for a little bit. They realized they weren't good for each other. He moved back in. What it looked like to me, and this is only my speculation, again, I say again, for the YouTubey people who get mad about people speculating, this is my speculation. Based on his behavior with following her to the restaurant, calling her repeatedly, and following her back home, and the possible confrontation on the exit ramp or entrance ramp onto the freeway, I would say that he was very controlling, and Shirley probably said she was leaving or you need to get out. I'm done dealing with this. And because he's a little controlling asshat, allegedly in Minecraft, he knew that killing her would be one loss, but she wouldn't really hurt. It would hurt her family. I think he went and attacked the kids because he knew it would be a lifelong heartache for Shirley. Now, that gives him a lot of credit for having a motive and the ability to suss out these very, nuanced or emotional sort of bonds that people have. But that would be my speculation. He knew that, hurting Shirley would only hurt Shirley, but he could hurt Shirley forever if he hurt the kids. Now, it could boil down to he was mad and did it. Unfortunately, that might be the only answer that we're ever going to get. But no, he really hasn't addressed what happened, or if it happened, it was a crime of passion. So there has been no accountability taken. And I wonder who he learned that from. Because the mama sure didn't take accountability for him. He was a good boy. He went to school and he, had a job. So maybe it was a crime of passion. Again, at sentencing, it has already been adjudicated. It was not.
Because the accident, but I hope that God guides them and give them strength as the same strength that he's given me, and the courage and the protection from all evil. And
You were their evil. They are getting protected. You're going to prison. I'm glad that we solved that equation for you.
also, I know that God has a plan for everything, and I know he works in mysterious ways.
Jesus, Mary wept, and Daryl Brooks. What the hell? God is not the instrumentality that made you pick up that force multiplier. In fact, God would like to be left out of this fucking conversation because you know you didn't pray before you pulled that damn trigger. So how about we leave God and Jesus out of these sentencing things unless you're going to say that I will live in, atonement and repentance for the rest of my life in a purely monastic sort of Jesuit sort of, existence. Giblets. I want to sentence him to the sun now. I am so. The lack of accountability and the call for mercy. Was your son not screaming for mercy on those body cams? Shut the hell up. Go straight to prison and say hi to Bubba for me. Of course, that's why I wouldn't be a judge, because I basically end it like that. And I'm sure I'd have a flying defendant coming to choke the life out of me. Because, accountability, what's that?
But in the end, I know God will always watch over me. La ilaha illallah. I got nothing else to say, Your Honor.
I wish you hadn't said anything at all. A big accident. Judge, let him have it.
The accident that you're referring to is the death of your children in that statement? That's what you're referring to as the accident?
Fucking yes, Judge. Yes, Judge. That's it. Let's bring out Lord Chippy. This judge is about to become my favorite judge. Of course, as I'm playing this, Dingus is furiously and loudly, you might be able to kick it up on mic, licking his non-balls. That's the amount of respect he gave to that entire conversation. But this judge looks like she has flippin' had enough, and she is ready to light this man up, and we are here for it on the Petty Express. Judge, I haven't always been your fan. I still think that you need to add some warmth to your face. I don't think the ash is working for you. Please, 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 dear God, talk to your stylist about adding some red dimensions. You don't have to go full red like me. Think warm dimensions. The ash is aging you. Please stop. For the love of all that is Cheetos. I know that there is a good hairstylist out there somewhere that will help you with this tiger brunette thing you've got going on. Anywho, now that I've been sufficiently, distracted by hair, let's go into her lighting him up, because I think I need this in my life.
Yes.
Oh my God. Can someone get that eye roll for me? I need a meme team, but that eye roll, let me see if I can do this. It's S, shift, little window button. Holy crap, I did it. Okay, no, now I need you to go forward. I don't need you now. Oh my God, you guys have to watch me when I'm doing Canva stuff. It is, but this eye roll right here. Okay, I am putting a marker in because I know I can do that, I think. Because this eye roll might be the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You can see the mother bear energy coming up from her soul into her brain. She is gathering all of the ancient mother energy from Gaia on up to, Boudica and, Queen Victoria, who really banged a lot of people, wasn't a virgin, but there you go. So she is bringing all this, but let's see what this judge says, because I think she is ready to un-effing load. Oh, she is.
Anything else from either side?
Now, that is a trick question. That is a trick question. If a woman is doing this, would you like to ask any more questions? That is a trick question. That is a question that will get you on a snapped episode. Simply walk away, bring back Haagen-Dazs and a box of wine, and walk swiftly away again. Do not answer any questions. Oh, Pokemon. To be fair, I don't know my royals. I barely keep up with the ones that are still alive.
Your Honor, of course, has no discretion as to count one. The defense is asking that you take into consideration the lack of criminal history. Mr. Bass's statements about being a good provider and a good father are actually true. We took a deposition of Miss Bass. She indicated all of that. He was a loving father, took care of his children, participated in their school. He was a loving husband, provided for his family. I don't think anybody
The key word there is was, because there's this whole line of demarcation. As Ilhan Omar said, some people did some things, and it kind of pissed people off because, you know, they were big things and she was being a bitch. Anyhoozle. There is a line of demarcation from where he was a good provider to where he became a monster. And I know you are all furiously ignoring it, but I am flippin' flapjack pissed off about this crap. He was not a loving father. Maybe he was, and was being the operative word there. We've all agreed to this language. Please keep up with it. Words have context and meaning. You're a lawyer. You should know this.
understands to this day why this happened, just like echoing the comments of Mr. Thierry in opening statement, why. So at this time, Your Honor, I am asking that you run counts 2, 3, and 4 concurrent to count 1. And I would just ask my co-counsel if I'm listening. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh. And Judge, we have calculated the credit, and the clerk has the same calculation we do, and it is 917 days.
917.
Yes, ma'am.
State requesting prosecution
Yes, Your Honor.
and any objection from the defense.
No, Your Honor.
Oh God, they're having lawyers do math. This is going to be hard.
And on count 2,
It was a very odd sort of defense play. Again, where is my little whiteboard? Mr. Bass is, I think, 5'7". The shots started at about 5'6". I am 5'6", so I would literally have to be cleaning the force multiplier above my head, aiming it or not aiming it towards my children. This whole I was cleaning my force multiplier story was about the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Again, had he gone with, I was going to go in and scare Shirley. I didn't expect the force multiplier to go off. It went off one time. Then we could go crime of passion. But that's not the fact pattern in this case. So, and no amount of, good behavior prior is going to make up for that.
there's a 25-year min-man.
Yes, Your Honor.
And on count 3, there's a 20-year minimum mandatory.
It's the same judge. Same.
Is it?
We have hills that we can't mow, but I don't think my, HOA would approve goats when they won't even let me have a she shed. And I've tried a bitch barn and a cahoon corral, and they've nixed everyone. I was going to go with a slut shed, but Mr. Moe, nixed that. I was like, well, look, truth in advertising, maybe, Mott, who knows. But they have nixed them all. So I'm going to have to go with a secret layer. mostly because no one comes onto my property and I don't care anymore. Yes, that's right. I am talking about my HOA transgressions that are not even happening yet on the YouTubes. Please, my HOA, come after me. I dare you. I so dare you. On a tangent, so here is why I dare my HOA. Please, please, Lord, come after me. Because I got hurt, a lifelong disability, on an unlighted and barely paved road that has been a, well, crumbling eyesore for years, which is more a detriment to me and why the hell was I walking there? And the answer is I didn't want to be fat. So, there and there, but try to come at me and I will get you for lifelong disability for a chronic pain condition that will never go away. And I will only sue for no money but to disband the HOA. So please try. I dare you. I super dog dare you. I want to disband the HOA. Yeah, it's... Ron keeps putting up BDSM signs on the goat barn. He was a Marine for 24 years, so he ain't right anyway. I mean, to be fair, that sounds great. Like tie up kids. Like I'd have like a goat rodeo. Honestly, I just put it all on stream. So the goats would have their own channel. Kids Central.
Is charged with great bodily harm. All right. All right, based on the jury's verdict, Mr. Bass, on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, you're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to life in Florida State Prison. Counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 each carry a 25-year minimum mandatory sentence. Count 1 is life without possibility of parole. That's for the first-degree murder of Jayla Bass. Impose all mandatory costs as a lien against you. That includes the $150 for the cost of prosecution. You have credit for 917 days. Is that your understanding of your credit time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All the counts are to run concurrent. All the minimum mandatories are to run concurrent. Any questions about this sentence? You have 30 days to appeal the verdict of the jury and the judgment of the court. If you cannot afford the services of an attorney for the purposes of appeal, one will be appointed for you. I know the Office of the Public Defender will perfect the appellate paperwork before they withdraw from representation.
And Judge, may we send you an order today appointing us?
Oh, Obscure Destinations. Sorry, I don't catch the show more often. We're so busy here. I do try though. No worries. Life is super busy. Life is super busy, and goodness, I try to keep up with all the streams of people that are coming up or feeding into me, and it's just insane. So I get it. And sometimes, just sometimes, you need to kind of unplug from court because we tend to see all of the terrible things that people do and not the great things. So we always need to take time for a kitten stream or something like that, or dingus stealing all of your food.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
So he is going to be going life in prison without parole. All of the other sentences will run at the same time. So essentially, he is not getting out of prison. So there you go. So soon for you, Florida residents, license plates made by this guy or shoddy but expensive Levi jeans. I mean, honestly, why don't we have prisoners working farmland, working with animals, learning skills? This guy is a welder. I'm sure that things need to be welded if he could be watched and, kept away from force multipliers. Besides, he's a tiny dude. I think, we could keep him in check. So that was the sentencing. I did want to, let me change this. Oh, come on now. I know I can't. All right, well, we're stuck with this for now, but Oh Baby, the Places You Will Go by Dr. Seuss for JJ and Jayla. I can only hope, Jayla, that you are up in heaven having all the adventures that you couldn't have here in life. And JJ, I know that your journey's changed and, your life is on a different path than you thought it was going to be. but that adventure can still be just as great, if not greater, than the adventure you thought you were going to have. All right, this is okay. Oh baby, the places you will go, the worlds you will visit, the friends you will know. The horn-tooting apes from the jungles of Jorn will toot a big toot the day you were born, while the bird flying high from far in Catroo will sing on the wing happy birthday to you. The Onceler will call on his whispermophone with a secret he's been saving for your ears alone. And this is what should have happened for these kiddos. They should have been welcomed into a family that just took them on all the adventures. You will find from your very first moment in space that you're surrounded by new friends all over the place. There's Daisy Head Maisie and Cindy Lou Who, and Bunches and Bunches, and Lala Lee Lou, and Curious Crendels, the brothers Bazoo, the Starbelly Sneeches, the Wump of the Grump, too, Bartholomew Cubans, Marvin and Max, and also the north and south-going Sacs. Yes, I was going to be an elementary school teacher. Can you imagine the shit that the elementary school kids would learn from me? Like the F words that would just be coming from students. It would be bad. There's Thickwick who lives with his friends in a bunch at a lake where there's lots of sweet moss to munch. There's a very tall cat and a red and white hat who loves to do tricks in West Geehassa Flat. There's a boy with his yo-yo, the youngest McCabe, and his 22 brothers who are all named Dave. The worm who can see all the way to Japan, which is quite a bit further than anyone can. And Horton, who lives in the jungle of Newell, and every 15th of May in a cool of a pool will show you the speck of dust that houses the Who's, the brave little folks we do not want to lose. He saved their whole town, for he knows, after all, a person is a person, no matter how small. I can't wait for my new setup when I can put this on the desk and I read upside down, and you guys can see the pages too. You may take a trip to the Salmon Sod, where Yertle the turtle was the king of the pond, until a turtle named Mac did a plain little thing. He burped and he toppled the throne of a king. And what happened next was, in their Salmon Sond, Yertle fell off his throne and fell plunk in a pond. You will find him there now, but is all he can see. And the turtles, of course, the turtles are all free, as turtles and every creature should be. I love Dr. Seuss, except when he was making wartime propaganda, but hey, it helped us win the war. Whatever you do, things don't always go right. You may meet the Grinch in the dark of the night. His heart is too small, his shoes are too tight. He is not very friendly and rarely polite. He tries not to listen when the Who's start to sing. For the Grinch, their singing is his least favorite thing. But the Who's just keep singing, the tall and the small. For them, singing is the best of all. You may run into trouble, as most folks do, when you're trying to travel to Solo-Sawu, like that famous Zanzibar Buck McFate who got caught in traffic on Zat Highway 8. If you find number boards in your cupboards, there's no need to shout. There always is fun when you have them about. But that nooth crush on your toothbrush you might choose to do without. And if you think it's fun when you hop on your pop, don't be surprised when he asks you to stop. Soon you will meet a young man, Sam I Am, and get your first taste of his green eggs and ham. You may eat his eggs in a car or a tree. You like green eggs and ham, they're good, you'll see. You're also invited to have some roast beef, or beast, with every Christmas in Whoville is really a feast. While you're growing, we're all busy counting the days till we meet you. The excitement is mounting. We saved you a seat at the first matinee of the Circus McGurkus. There's 4 every day, where the great daredevil Sneelock, the world's bravest type, will be pulled by the air by 3 Siberian snipe on a dingus contraption attached to his pipe. How dare he use the word dingus? That's my word, even though he was born before me. But a dingus contraption sounds like my latest funk band. You'll find that this world is a great big place to begin, but it could use some help, which is where you come in. So now, as my voice burble ropes in your ear with a thumpity bump sound that is not very clear, the words I am saying you hear in your heart, and know that I wish you the very best start. It's a scrumptious world, and it's ready to greet you, and as for myself, well, I can't wait to meet you. And that's how all of their adventures should have gone. And I wish they did. And JJ, from one mama to a little boy who I think is dealing with a lot of adult stuff that he shouldn't have to, I hope your journey, though it's different, is full of joy and healing and love. And it seems like you have wonderful people around you to support you. So I hope even if we never meet, your life continues with healing, growth, and happiness. Maybe it's not the life you thought you were going to have, but there will be adventures and new things and new friends along the way that will really make a difference. Now, in an odd sort of, segue, because there really isn't any segue, we are going back to the Stacy Rodrigues, or Colorado versus Stacy Rodrigues case. Now, in this case, we have Stacy Rodrigues in the black, claiming that she was a young girl out with her female companion. They were in a relationship. They had been out to bars. Now, do keep in mind that she was 19. And she met a gentleman who said he had an after party at his house. They met in an alley and they proceeded to go back to his house. Now, her co-defendant has already pled guilty to accessory after the fact and arson. But according to Stacy, when she was at this house with Christopher, he confronted her, made her feel unsafe. So she had to stab him 5 times in the neck with a nail file and steal some of his property, then light the house on fire. So when the police get there initially, they just see the house on fire. They do manage to remove Christopher, realizing with the the metal file stuck out of his neck, that it probably wasn't, smoke inhalation who got him. So we are talking to the detective. The defense is trying to put there that this was completely self-defense. She felt intimidated. The victim, the decedent, Chris, was a fairly tall, skinny guy. She was still a larger woman at this time. So the claims that she felt intimidated or cowed by him, I don't know how hard that's going to sell. The fact that she ran away with his phone and then came back to torch the house, again, to hide evidence does show that, maybe, just maybe, she thought she did something wrong. I will say, however, the state has managed to take this case of a lesbian love triangle, possible self-defense, and arson and make it the most boring case I have ever witnessed. But here we go. Onward into the fray. This is the lead detective. He is being talked to by the defense, and the defense is at this point questioning different ways that Stacy could have gotten out of the house if Christopher had blocked the front entrance, and trying to give credence to this being a fairly small house. So if she felt threatened or cornered, it would have been hard for her to get out.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then to get to the covered patio, would you have to go through the bedroom closest to the garage or the bathroom, or how would that work?
I don't recall a separate entrance besides the garage entrance to the backyard.
Okay, so that covered patio area, then the only way to get out there would have been through the garage.
Or the fence, I guess, yes.
Yeah, okay, so either outside completely, or if you were inside the house, you would go through the garage to get out.
That's
into the
right.
back. Okay, fair enough. And then the bedroom that we see, I suppose, like the south, the bottom of that diagram was presumed to be Mr. Dickerson's, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the bedroom closest to the garage was presumed to be his roommate's,
Yes.
and then a shared bath. Okay. And then, I think this is clear, out of abundance of caution, this is a ranch-style home, there was no basement,
That's correct.
no upper level.
No.
I want to go in when you search the bedroom, Mr. Dickerson's bedroom. Okay. You noted in your report that you actually just reviewed, or sorry, I apologize, maybe not that report.
This is where we go into him having drug paraphernalia. I think we've already seen this bit. Again, it is Colorado. Everything, I believe, is legal there. So there is going to be a lot of character assassination of Christopher in this.
And then like a butter knife next to it, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Okay. And you took a photo of that knife, right?
Yes.
Obviously. But you didn't collect this or put it into evidence, right?
No.
Okay. You never took any type of like swabs of this knife, right?
No.
And when we're thinking of swabs,
Why would he take a swab of this knife? Not only is it covered with roofing material, but any sort of biological, evidence on it would have been burned away. I would like you guys to remember that Joel Guy Jr. did have a good plan. He just, that work thing is hard. But wax on your fingerprints will start to melt at about 90 degrees in the house. So if it was in a fire, there's nothing biological you're going to get off of this knife, especially covered in detritus. Not to mention the knife wasn't used.
different types of swabs that you might do, but generally when you're swabbing something, you're kind of taking maybe some material that might be on it to test later, right?
Correct.
And this could be to be looking for DNA or blood or anything like that. Okay. And again, none of that was done for that knife, right?
No.
Okay. So speaking of kind of the different types of swabs, I want to move to the Budweiser bottle that the prosecution had admitted. Yes, that's one. Kind of when you walked through with the prosecution of where you found that was outside of the home in a trash can, right?
Correct.
And that was the only Budweiser bottle that you had collected.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was that the only Budweiser bottle that was collected by the Greeley Police Department?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And that bottle looks relatively intact, right?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't seem like there's any kind of like damage or broken pieces off the bottom of it.
No.
Nor off the top.
No.
Okay. And so I want to.
Stacy is alleged during this fight. Now her co-defendant tells a different story. They were basically drinking water at this gentleman's house. He was drinking straight vodka. They were looking to possibly get him drunk enough that they could go through the house, look for valuables, allegedly, is kind of how she puts it. Stacy and Christopher got into an argument at some point. Stacy cracked him on the head with a beer bottle and then claims that he was aggressive with her and she had to take the nail file, kind of an object of opportunity, and she stabbed Christopher 4 to 5 times in the neck, leaving the file actually embedded in his neck. This is a hard sell for me. They are trying to play her as an innocent 19-year-old, but she was also a 19-year-old in a relationship with a 26-year-old woman, which I don't care about that. But she was already going to bars. She was 19 years old. She was underage. So this very naive sort of Pollyanna kind of identity that they're trying to give her, I think will not sell, because anyone is going to ask themselves, okay, well, you were 19, you were naive and all that. Why were you at a bar with your friend? I mean, you're not that naive if you are going out to bars with your friend. If they really felt uncomfortable, she's a bigger woman. I wouldn't tussle with her. I mean, I'd just walk quickly-ish away. But I'm just saying, the story that they're trying to tell, or that she is trying to tell, is not corroborated by her co-conspirator or the evidence, really, when you look at it rationally.
Kind of talk about the purpose.
I do not
when you're
know.
Going through a home, and specifically on October 5th. Does October 5th sound like the right day that you would have found the Budweiser bottle?
I believe so.
Okay. And so on October 5th, when we were talking about with the jury, how you were saying that the search warrant was done in like kind of like 3 days, right? And it was updated throughout those 3 days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so October 5th, it was updated permitting you all to look for serological kind of evidence during the search, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And so when we're talking about serological stuff, again, we're talking about the blood, DNA, latent prints, things like that, right? Okay. And so you all went back on October 5th to look specifically for those types of items.
Yes.
Okay. And the Budweiser bottle was one of them, right?
Yes, it is.
You never swabbed that Budweiser bottle to see if there was any DNA on there,
No.
if there was any blood on there,
No.
if there was any latent prints on there.
No. We don't do that on the scene.
Right, right. Sorry. So let me clarify. You could submit that to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for them to do, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And that's pretty common in your experience as a law enforcement officer. You would collect what you determine to be evidence, send it then to the lab to then see if that serological data or DNA or whatever it might be is actually on that item, right?
Correct.
Okay. So with the focus of October 5th being that type of information, you then never sent what you found to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing, right?
Not to my knowledge. I wasn't the lead investigator.
No, that's okay. I'm just asking about what you did.
I just collected items and booked them in evidence, correct?
Okay, sounds good. I want to move now to Defense Exhibit L and M.
L and M, all right, go ahead.
I will say that this defense attorney definitely has her lens through which she sees this case. She's definitely presenting Stacy as a victim of an attack and a survivor. She's not annoying with it. She is not overly judgy or smarmy with it. So while I disagree with the lens through which she, is viewing this case and presenting this case, she has been a good defense attorney, bringing things up, making sure that the state is on its, P's and Q's. So relatively good. I just don't agree with her presentation of how this case went down.
Okay, so let's start with L, or maybe it might be easier to start with M. Do these photos also look like photos you had taken when you were at Mr. Dickerson's home over those 3 days?
Yes,
Does this look fair and accurate to what you had seen?
it does.
Your Honor, we'd ask to admit and publish L and M.
Any objection to L and M? No. All right, the court will admit into evidence defense L and M, and you may publish at your discretion.
Apologies, I'd like to start with M. Okay, so was this a trash can then that you found in that bathroom that we were talking about?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and it's, again, only bathroom in the house.
It is.
Okay. And you found, it looks like a can, which might have been an Exhibit L, a pumpkin beer can, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then if we could go to L, please. And this was that can.
that's correct.
Okay. And again, the purpose of collecting these things, looking at the search warrant, having it been updated, was to collect.
What in the fresh unholy hell is pumpkin beer? Have the pumpkin spice latte weirdos invaded beer? Is there nothing sacred? Are we going to have pumpkin spice steak? Look, as a person who is deeply against pumpkin spice, can we just stop it now? Look, I love the fall. Fall is my favorite thing. I'm an inside cat. I'm an insidian. I love fall. I love bonfires. But stop pumpkin spicing everything. For the love of all that is unholy, stop. Pumpkin spice beer? Hashtag all pass.
Collect information or evidence that could then later be tested for DNA, latent prints, blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You collected that can.
I did.
You didn't swab it or preserve it in any way, correct?
No, it was just packaged.
And then you also just packaged it but didn't send it to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing, right?
I did not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that ever done? It's okay if you don't know.
I don't know.
And then this was the only can that you found in the house, right?
I believe so.
And when you were looking through,
It was a raging effing inferno. I'm surprised they found one can.
so I know we have the Budweiser can outside and then we have this pumpkin can inside. There were no other alcohol containers that you could see, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. But again, similar to what the prosecution, I think, was kind of talking to you about, you wouldn't be able to decipher between different types of glass, right?
I would not.
Okay.
No.
Just one moment, please.
Okay. I am jealous of those shoes. Those shoes are so vintage and retro and cute, and I am stuck in Birkenstocks and Uggs on really bad days, and Crocs. So I am lucky because there are some people with CRPS who can't tolerate any sort of anything on their legs. So I am really lucky that I found a couple pairs of shoes I can wear. But getting rid of my high heels, look, Mr. Mo wouldn't let me build a pyre outside and have a great holy fire. I hope everyone at Goodwill enjoyed the vintage high heels that I bought, the T-straps and the espadrilles and the wedges, because I miss them.
So if we're looking at the Budweiser glass versus other type of clear glass, such as a window, right? You would be able to decipher between those two different types of glasses, right?
No, he's not a glassologist. He's a detective with a really, really yellow lanyard. My guess is he's lost his ID a couple times and they make him wear the lanyard.
While they're intact?
Well, you've seen a broken bottle of a Budweiser glass, or have you seen broken glass at Stark?
Okay, here's the problem with this. If he says something, she is going to then complain that he is not an expert in glassology. So she is asking him to give his expertise on something he has not proffered his expertise on. This is improper. Allegedly in Minecraft, as I am a redhead, twice college dropout, who just watches trials, so I don't know if that's legally right. But Daryl Brooks assures me, with just two payments to his funds account, I too can be a third-party intervener.
Yes.
You've seen broken glass that's clear?
Yes.
And those would be different?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further on cross.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination? Go ahead.
Sir, you were shown a lot of pictures of pipes. Was there anything during your search warrant to suggest anything regarding any recent use of those?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
No, I don't know when they were last used.
Okay. Do you typically collect silverware at a scene?
It depends on the crime, the incident.
Okay.
Okay, you two, flirt on your own time. I'm sensing some tension. Like, come on, you don't pick up silverware, Steven. And can I say the snazzy suit is making me happy, but he is the world's most beige man. He talks like this. You'd think with a snappy suit, you'd be a snappy person, but just it didn't calculate out this time.
In this case, going through it, did that look like that was used in any way, shape, or form?
No, it did not seem relevant.
Okay. Can you tell this jury, you've attended a lot of crime scenes, right? You've
Yeah.
practiced collecting.
Yes.
You're trying to look at items for evidentiary value.
Correct.
How does burning an entire house deal with evidence? How does that impact it?
I just have one final question. How does arson destroy evidence? Okay, maybe you get a pass for the snarky express. Maybe the petty express will welcome you, sir. Again, you are already in because of the suit, but this snark is good.
Arson scenes change everything in a crime scene. You lose the amount of heat. You lose, obviously, the latent prints, fingerprints. Most of the time, DNA is destroyed.
Objection,
Then
702.
All right, can the parties approach?
I haven't gotten much of an idea about this particular judge. He has been fair. Y'all, her head is on fire. I had cornrows once. I was newly into the military. I had a wonderful, wonderful other friend in my platoon who's like, hey, you won't have to do your hair if I do cornrows. I did not realize the scalp tension required to have cornrows. I have never had a bigger headache in my life. I can only imagine the tension on her head. It is giving me a headache. But yes, I wore them once, and women who wear them all the time, my goodness, you have my respect, because that hurt my head so very bad. And the amount of time it took. Look, I can barely do a braid, so I stand in awe of all of the intricate designs you can do, but it hurts your head like an MFer. So if you are, feeling like you want to do it, just know that your hair is going to be pretty tight.
The house and was burnt.
Yes,
You didn't send that off for DNA or fingerprints.
I did not know.
Based on your direct experience, how does arson impact the things that you directly saw and that you directly didn't send to the lab?
I'm looking at Defendant's Exhibit D, but it's the photograph that was the knives and silverware. So even in that picture, you see everything is discolored. Things are covered in fine ash and debris. Things are melted, so they're deformed. The countertop itself, you have the charring, so nothing is as it was in an arson scene.
And that particularly applies to your analysis for fingerprints
Correct.
and for DNA.
Yes.
You were asked about glass. Could you decipher a broken beer bottle, specifically a Budweiser? Is that fair?
Yes.
Versus all the other glass that would be in the scene.
I finally figured out her defense. She's violently against Dylan Mulvaney, and he was an okay guy until she saw the Budweiser, and then she violently reacted. Based? I don't know. Again, this is Colorado, and the fact that they were trying to bring in the fact that this man had multiple glass pipes for the ganja is Colorado. I would be shocked if anyone was abstaining from, the devil's lettuce. That being said, if Colorado wasn't so crazy, I would totally move there for legitimate reasons and tax purposes.
I would not be able to. The glass itself would be discolored as well.
The glass from the windows would be discolored.
Yes.
Okay. And why would that be?
Well, inside, everything's been, not only the smoke and the fire, but when the fire's put out, everything is introduced to water. So now everything is waterlogged and then dries with the fire debris. So as you see from the pictures, unfortunately, an arson scene, when you walk in, everything's the same color. Everything's black.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Detective, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. The state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, if you call John Colgate.
All right, thank you.
He's still in ours.
Okay, sir. Sir, you can leave the witness stand. You'll remain under any defense.
Thank you.
And if you'll come in front of the witness stand, and sir, before you sit down, if you'll raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Go and have a seat. And if you can, sir, just make sure you get as close to that mic.
Okay. Chat, do we think he is a D&D dungeon master? I think this judge is a, level 8, chaotic, neutral warlock. No, chaotic good. Chaotic good, warlock. No chaos, just good. But he's a warlock. I'm just saying this man has a lot of Dungeons and Dragons or Warhammer 40K. Change my mind. Although he hasn't put his tchotchkes out. I feel weird being in a courtroom with no posters with Ruth Bader Ginsburg or, Martin Luther King or O.J. Simpson. No, wait, that wasn't there, but that would have been hilarious. See, if I were a judge, I'd put a bunch of tchotchkes up and then put fun ones in there, like an O.J. Simpson If I Had Done It book, just for funsies. Look, courts are boring. I would make it fun.
Microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. Praley, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to this jury, stating your full name, spelling your last?
Hi, I'm Officer John Colgate. Last name is Colgate.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the City of Greeley Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm currently an electronic surveillance specialist assigned to the investigation skimmers, digital forensics with cell phones, computers, surveillance systems, wiretaps, trackers. Usually I'm either an administrator on a lot of those programs or I'm heavily involved in most of them.
Can you outline just your general law enforcement experience first, and then how you got into this position dealing with technology?
Yes, sir. I was hired at the Greeley Police Department in June of 2011 after attending a police academy, doing a 6-week in-house academy. I was a field evidence technician as a patrol officer, so I dealt a lot with investigating scenes or just collecting evidence in general.
6 weeks? I thought they were a year. I mean, no offense, I want our police officers to have more training. I want them to have weekly mandatory, workouts or jujitsu or however you take down someone without hurting them. I want to make sure that they have time to do PT and stay healthy. Because I've noticed, now look, I am a semi-fluffy and slightly deflating. I cannot, wave my flag on, Fit Island, okay? I am a fellow fluffy working on life too. But we need cops that are able to run and do the job. So I would love if they had more training. Six weeks? That's less than a trimester. Holy God. Like, I didn't even get through one trimester with 6 weeks. Again, I take it back to something I know, which is pregnancy.
I've always had a technical bent, I would suppose. So in 2019, in the later months of 2019, I accepted a position that opened up as the electronic surveillance specialist as a permanent role at the police department, and I've been there ever since.
And Wolfram has weighed in as our resident Darth Lord. He runs adventures as night as a dungeon master. What I would like to have done today during this trial: draws a sword and prepares a high-level fireball spell. Yes, pretty much. Like, someone roll a 1 so I can destroy you.
Sir, can you describe to the jury, we're going to talk about several areas that you assisted with in this case, but can you generally outline your qualifications and certifications that would apply for your testimony today?
Okay. A lot of my involvement in this case revolves around cell phones. It revolves around digital forensics in general, and it revolves around automated license plate readers. As it pertains to digital forensics, I have approximately 1,000 hours of training through the Secret Service National Computer Forensics Institute in Alabama. I've attended 8 different courses there across 15 different weeks as a computer evidence recovery techniques, mobile device examiner, and an advanced mobile device examiner.
Holy crap, he has more experience than that Elvin, the guy that they brought in for the Megan Boswell case, and he had like two-week trainings. He's like, look, I'm a cell phonologist. I got hired at the FBI with I think he had a dual doctorate or dual degree in medical biology and like tax analysis. It was like the weirdest damn 2 disparate things ever. But this man actually has more experience than the expert in the Megan Boswell case. Make of that what you will. I just find it a little a little amusing.
One of the systems I use is called Celebrite. It's one of our vendors that we use to process cell phones. I am a certified Celebrite physical analyst, as well as a certified Celebrite operator. Another system we use is Gray Key, and there's no certification course necessarily needed to use that system, but I have trained for several weeks in that system as well through their vendor Axiom.
Sir, you had talked about Cellbrite and that you're very familiar with that. You used that in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of general surveillance videos and being able to use those, such as neighborhood doorbell cameras and surveillance systems, are you familiar with those?
Yes, and I apologize. I attended a 1-week course through the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Georgia as in that particular field in recovering evidence from CCTV systems.
Okay. Also, you assisted in this investigation with automatic license plate readers. Is that an area where you're familiar with, for Greeley and specifically your agency?
Yes, it is.
The Dale Gribble in me finds it scary scary but intriguing that the ever-creeping eye of Big Brother is actually helping solve cases. They're monitoring where you're driving. They're monitoring you at all times, my UK friends, the most monitored people ever. It is interesting to now have these resources out there, but it does worry me that we are so used to these encroachments on our privacy, these, slow creep of the ever watching eye of Big Brother. And then we know they're talking about furries on their, Slack chat. So when is that asteroid of sweet peace supposed to come back here?
I'm an administrator on our LPR program at the Greeley Police Department.
And then as it pertains to cell phones, I know there might be more than the two that I'm just going to talk about, but are you very familiar with the Android and Google system as well as the Apple system?
Yes, I am. I'm very familiar with those, and I've processed hundreds, by now maybe thousands of phones on either iPhone or Apple platforms or Android platforms.
Sir, do you believe that your specialized knowledge would be helpful to the jury in understanding the evidence and the actions you took in this case?
Yes, I do.
Have you previously testified as an expert
Yes, I have.
in the areas of digital forensic and being an electronic surveillance specialist?
Yes, sir, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to qualify Detective Colgate as an expert in digital forensics and electronic surveillance.
At this time, I move to remove this picture because it looks too much like a trigonometry book that I had in high school. And I am currently triggered by trigonometry. So could we take that off? It reminds me of math for some reason, and I don't like it. Also, it matches none of the colors very well in this room, and I don't know why it's there. So if it's not an O.J. Simpson poster and I guess we have to address the Casey Anthony in the room. Ma'am, I don't think you understand the absolute crap storm you have unleashed. People don't like you. People don't like that you're free. And to shove it in their faces by making a Substack and doing are we mandated now as Genlennials to talk about our feelings in our cars? Anywho, I'm just saying, ma'am, I would keep my mouth shut and stay the hell quiet, but you seem to have picked option number dumb. So, I don't know how you feel about being a pariah on the internet, but I would just go back to whatever hole from whence I came. That being said, you're always welcome on Mo in the Deep End, from a real mom to a fake mom. Well, bless your heart, sweetheart, because you all the best.
Specialist, particularly under 702.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, the court will accept the witness as an expert in the proffered fields, and Mr. Praley, you may proceed accordingly.
All right. Sir, I want to start at the beginning, and that dealt with your role on October 3rd, 2021, the day of this homicide.
Yes, sir.
Did you assist in conducting and retrieving the video footage would have been already admitted into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to go through your steps to verify that those were working properly at or around the time of this event?
Yes, I was.
How do you go through that general process of the checks and balances to see corroborating events?
I suppose, just generally speaking, you kind of, one thing you do, use your senses. If someone provides you video from their address, you look to see, well, does that generally look like what I would see from that camera, etc. Corroborating the timestamps on the video is really important. Oftentimes the times don't line up, and we make sure that those are accurate and fair.
If I could approach. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 148. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a fair and accurate diagram of the surveillance captured
Yes, it is.
and the vantage points?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 148.
Any objection to 148?
Just hold it up, please. I see it. No objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The court will accept into evidence 148, and you may publish at your discretion.
Sir, so as you assisted in collecting those, did you go through the analysis as to what would have been for People's Exhibits 2, 3, and 4, and looking at that?
Yes, I did.
With your expertise in looking at those files, the way you received them, the way they were entered, did you see anything at all to suggest that they had been materially altered by anyone?
No, I did not.
As to the 2406, that would have been Mr. Taylor. Were you able to then analyze that his system would have been running 1 hour slow? So, for example, if the timestamp indicates 2 a.m., it was really 3 a.m.
That is correct.
Sir, I want to transition. Well, after you do that and you book all of those into evidence, is it fair to say that you turn it over to the lead investigator to really do the deep analysis and connect it with other portions of evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Move to your second role in this. Automatic license plate readers.
Sir.
Tell the jury what those are.
Simply put, an automatic license plate reader is a camera set up that can either be fit.
Okay, as I was making fun of him flirting with the last guy, and he's like, do you do a deep analysis? And then he's like, I hand it off after I fully analyze it. But the deep analysis isn't, I'm not that guy. And I was like, oh, Lord. I am not mature enough for this testimony.
Fixed or mobile, meaning they stay in one spot all the time, or we can move them around. They are looking just at the license plates of vehicles as vehicles pass through, and then it takes a picture of that license plate and logs it in a database, essentially.
Now, to be clear, could police officers, and have police officers in the past, just manually done this same process?
Yes, you could park in an intersection and watch and log every vehicle that went through manually at the notebook, yes, and we have.
Okay. And then you could go through the steps and verify and...
Yes, this, for lack of a better term, just does that same thing autonomously.
Okay.
Or passively.
And what is your role with the automatic license plate readers for the Greeley Police Department?
I'm one of the overseers, the administrator of that program. We use several different vendors with automatic license plate readers, and I assign usernames and passwords to the people who can have access to those systems. Okay. I also run...
And that's why Douche Canoe 5000 has, you know, a username on your thing. I'm just guessing. Look, if I worked for the city, I would do the most inappropriate, you know, logins and passwords, which is why I don't work for the city, to be honest with you, mostly because of my mouth in this face, and, well, working with people isn't my jam. But if I did, I'd make really, really funny ones, like not a convict, going to jail.
Reports when asked by investigations, if they need a report run for a certain date, time, intersection, etc.
And is that how you got involved in this case?
Yes, it is.
And specifically, who are you asked to do that by?
Detective Jerry Burrow.
You see him here?
I do.
Okay. If I can approach with what's been marked as 131, 132, and 134.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Sir, as it pertains to Exhibit 131, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's just a sample, one part of a report that looks like it ran on November 9th of 2021. It is from our license plate reader that was at the intersection of 35th Avenue and 25th.
This is in Colorado. She is claiming that it is self-defense. I don't know if she is going to testify. Technically, in a self-defense case, it would be wise for you to testify because you have to justify that you were in fear for your life. She is not out on bail. This is in Colorado. And, well, my face is bold and caps and underlined. I do not hide what I feel on my face, so it's a bit contempty of court. When I hear stupid, it shows. I'm like... So I do have a Lucille Ball, you know, bold, underlined, all caps face. So when I hear stupid, I kind of go, I have a reaction.
5th Street in Greeley.
But thank you, Darlene.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
As to 132 and 134, can you describe what those are?
Those are both reports that were generated not by me, but by one of our license plate reader systems we have access to by a different vendor. And those are, it looks like 2 different license plate readers with our same company of Velzag.
And so you had mentioned a couple times different vendors. Does that just mean like different?
Provide the technology. We have subscriptions to those different companies. And these are, Exhibit 131 is from one vendor, and 132, 134 are from a different vendor.
Are all of them, though, fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
And is there a manual verification step that goes in this process, too?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
Well, technology is fallible, right? So if a camera takes a picture of a license plate and it indicates that that license plate is a certain digits, and you can look with your eyes and see that that photograph doesn't line up with the computer what it thought it was, that's your manual verification, and you just make sure that what the computer thinks it is, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission of 131, 132, 134.
Any objection from the defense?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 131, 132, and 134. You may publish when appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could
So this is going to prove that they used the decedent's car to leave his house, or I believe they used their car to leave the house. After they killed, or she killed him, came back and set the house on fire. But it is going to show a loop, and they happen to have his cell phone, or the decedent's cell phone, Christopher's cell phone, in the car as they make this loop around the neighborhood trying to decide what they're going to do with this dead body.
show 131.
This is a fairly straightforward case. They have a lot of
Again, that's
evidence.
just, one of the images taken by the automatic license plate reader at 35th Avenue, 25th Street. Picture on the right is just the general picture that it takes. Then the left is a zoomed in image of what it interprets the license plate to be.
And then if you can take us through, I guess, the text at the top as well of what we're looking at.
Yeah, the text at the top is on the very left. AERG95 is what it interprets the license plate to be. Inside lane, as you can tell, this is traveling northbound on 35th Avenue from 25th Street. There are two cameras there. One looks at the inside lane, one is the outside lane. So it saw this vehicle on the inside lane. The other one is the date and time in which it was captured. For the record, I did verify this system was running 8 minutes and 21 seconds fast at the time that this was captured, and that was according to my synchronized time in my office. And so that's the text across the top. On the bottom, it says reports reads. Basically, it was a search for any reads that license plate reader had. User is John Colgate.
And yes, the passenger, or not the passenger, her partner was charged. It looks like she's turned state's evidence. She has been charged and found guilty in accessory after the fact and arson. Also, I think messing with a corpse. So she has turned state's evidence, and I do believe that she will be testifying against her former partner. Now, she has been given a sentence of 32 years, but, it is possible with the deal that she signed that should she perform well or give evidence and be truthful to whatever degree, the state will lower that sentence. But it isn't, a formal thing. It is a possibility. So it does take away that if I testify against you, I will most definitely get a better sentence. But that incentive is still there. So the jury is going to have to take that into account.
And that's me. And the date is the date and time at which I ran that report.
Okay. Sir, you had noted the difference of the time, and you had said 8 minutes and 21 seconds ahead that you had done that. Can you explain that to the jury of how you went through that process?
Yeah, absolutely. Just my work phone that I carry, it's an Apple phone, and it syncs with the synchronized time, world time. And so every time I'm looking at timestamps and things, I verify because I know that that time is accurate and synchronized constantly. Some of these systems, the date and time gets put in, and it doesn't synchronize all the time. So I just make
Okay, then why do we have daylight savings time?
each time.
Okay. And then
That's it. Mama Mo is on a crusade. Let's get rid of daylight savings time. It was made by bureaucrats. I just read an article to save money during fuel crisis in World War I. And I can tell you quite definitively that the year is 2025. I just checked on my computer. So we don't need to do daylight savings time anymore. I rest my case.
as you go through that, are there the additional steps, I guess, when you know that license plate, that then you can verify that that belongs to that particular vehicle?
Yeah, that's correct. The first thing I would do is physically look at the picture and see if it lines up with what the system deemed that license plate to be, which it did look accurate. The second thing I would do would be to manually run that license plate through the CCIC, NCIC database to see registered ownership of the vehicle, et cetera.
And for example, in this case, did that come back to a 2011 silver Chevy Malibu as depicted in the picture?
Yes, it did.
All right, if we could show 132. Can you describe what we're looking at now in 132? It obviously looks different than 131. Is this the different vendor that you discussed?
Yes, this is a vendor called LSAG that's through the Colorado State Patrol that we have access to.
Okay.
If you'd like me to talk through the same, you see generally the same thing. Picture of the vehicle on the right, picture of the plate. Across the top is the license plate number that the system read that it believed it to be. On the left is something different with this vendor. It's a map of where that license plate reader was located at the time of the read. These can be moved around, so it's important for us to know where it is at the time of that. And then across the block there, same thing, the date and time it went through, the GPS coordinates. The reader name is GPD trailer 2. That's just a specific license plate reader. And it came from the front camera.
And then briefly, 134. If we could take that down, please.
I still contend this is not a small woman. And maybe I am being too myopic in my view. And I'm not confrontational at all. I run my mouth on the internets, but confrontation, I'd rather just, joke with you and get it over with. I don't see a tall, slender man coming, chest bumping and, going after her. Now, why I say this. Her partner is a smaller, more slender woman. If you were going to pick a victim to, kind of attack, would you pick the bigger person who is probably going to put up a bigger fight, or would you go for a smaller woman? Again, I understand personal preferences, vary, and some people like, more fluffy women, and that is totally cool. This story doesn't make any sense.
I can approach. I gave you the wrong number, didn't I?
It appears as though that's exhibit 133.
133. Going back through all the same foundation as to 133, sir.
I apologize. 131 is the one license plate reader. 132 and 133 are from the second vendor.
Okay. So I've handed you 133. I misspoke and said 134. But as to 133, is it still fair and accurate as to the license plate reader in the report?
Yes, it is.
All right. Move to admit 133. We can retract 134, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So can the parties approach just to make sure I'm clear on that?
I do like this judge. He seems to be taking a lot of notes. He's not very vocal. He doesn't have tchotchkes, but he is taking notes. He is paying attention to the evidence, and we know he's a he, him, his, so that always works. Audio, please. Law and crime, you have just sucked so very much this trial.
Yes.
And then looking at 134 and 135, would those be zoomed in photos of what would have been registered to 133, the official LSAG report that we've now admitted?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission now of 134 and 135.
Any objection to 134 and 135?
Yep.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 134 and 135, and you may publish at your discretion.
If we could just briefly show 134. Sir, would that contain all the same information that was on 133?
Yes.
Okay. And then zooming in even more, 135. Same information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can take that down. All right, sir, let's talk some phones.
Yes, sir.
Two primary operating systems. Let's start with Google.
Yes, sir.
How does it work?
Google is sort of any Android phone is essentially run by Google applications. If you have an Android phone, almost all the applications are either owned, managed by, or monitored by Google. As we probably are all aware, Google has
Is
a lot of
evil.
different
I mean,
applications that it
I love
owns,
Google. Thank you,
utilizes,
YouTube.
from mail accounts. I believe they own YouTube. They contain a lot of data, Google does.
Okay. And in this specific case, did you assist Detective Burrows with processing a Google takeout report?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what a Google takeout report is, what that means?
Okay. We all, well, I can't say we all. Several people utilize Google technology every single day, whether it be Google searches, they have a Gmail account, they watch YouTube, etc.
Was that subtle iPhone, you know, superiority? Like, look, some people use Android, and I don't know what's wrong with them. I mean, I use iPhone simply because that is what Mr. Mo buys. I, given my own device, would buy whatever was cheapest, to be very real with you. But now that I have a treasure trove of Smuxy books and audiobooks on my iPhone account, I can't switch. It's a hostage situation. Good morning, Squid Pro Quo Raiders. We're doing the computerology, so I really don't know what's going on, but he is proving that Stacy Rodrigues did drive around with the decedent's car or phone before she drove back to the decedent's house and lit it on fire. Because they got her on they got her on all the things. She's on, the license plate reader, CCTV. The only thing that is going to save her is if the jury buys her self-defense claim.
Google keeps track of all of that information as part of the end user license agreement. Matter of fact, on a lot of the applications we use on our phone, we allow Google to do this. And so they keep all of this information. A Google takeout is simply a consensual search of our own Google account. I could right now go to Google and request a Google takeout. They would compile all the data that they have recorded from my Google presence and give it to me.
As a YouTuber, I don't know that I have a consensual relationship with Google because they always make rules that don't make sense, and they won't let me say real words about Red Brum and all the bad things that I cover. So honestly, I don't know how consensual my relationship is. But I'm here doing money because $20 is $20. I'm just kidding. I'm doing this because I love it. Please check out Squid Pro Quo's channel if you haven't checked her out. She is great. She's doing a lot of stuff about the Hales and current political stuff. She is covering all the things with a toddler, so give her some love because we need more mamas on the internet that aren't momfluencers. Those can go the hell away. But regular moms who just mouth off.
In files.
And sir, in this case, were you given a particular USB drive involving Mr. Dickerson's Google account?
Yes, Detective Burroughs provided me with the Google takeout of Mr. Dickerson.
If I could approach the retrieve 202.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked with Exhibit 202 as well as your Exhibit 207. Can you take us through the process of what you did from Exhibit 202 that was admitted by Alan Dickerson yesterday into how you get what is contained on the disk on 207?
The Google takeout account.
This came in yesterday. So Chris Dickerson is the decedent. Yes, I was talking about Squid Pro Quo. What I will say is that the decedent is going to have a lot of character assassination. The defense is trying to put in that he lured, Stacy and Hosanna, her partner, into his house for an after party that turned out to be just him. Now, looking at this objectively, I see a lonely guy who was drunk who wanted two chicks to come home with him. But the way the defense is spinning this is that she was a poor, defenseless 19-year-old out with her girlfriend. She's invited home by this creepy 30-year-old guy. There's no one at this after party, and he gets fresh with her. She gets scared and has to stab him 5 times with a metal file. Not a nail file, but a metal. I always mess that up. So if I say nail file, remind me it's a metal file. And we've already seen x-rays where this gentleman still had the metal file in his clavicle. So I don't know how the state did it, but Colorado, you managed to make this case of a lesbian possible love triangle with, self-defense and arson boring. But they did. So I'm bringing the Snark back because, dear Lord, even though he's a snappy dresser, the state prosecutor is Shatnering the ever-living shit out of this trial. Like, tell me, dramatic pause, did you find the license plate? He is calculating this up, if you know Futurama.
To my knowledge, was accessed by Alan Dickerson and provided to Detective Jerry Burroughs. Detective Burroughs then provided me with the same data. To organize that data and just make it easier to read, I take all of that data and put it into the same system, Celebrite, that I use to look at phones. It doesn't alter the data, it simply just puts it in a more organized and easy way to look at that data. And once I did that, I took the takeout and I created a Celebrite reader report, which is that organized way, and I put that reader report into evidence.
And is that what you have in People's Exhibit 207?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Did you look at it prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I did.
You see your initials on it?
I do.
Is that fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit 207.
So this is again just to show that Chris Dickerson wasn't looking at scary, bathroom prawn or, looking how to lure women in. You are going to hear a lot about how, Chris Dickerson made her feel uncomfortable. They've already, again, tried to bring in the, the fact that he had ganja pipes. It's Colorado. It's legal. He had a whole, Noah's Ark of ganja pipes. To be honest with you, I was kind of impressed. That being said, they are trying to paint him in the worst light ever. So this is probably a defense for that, to bring in, again, he's just a normal guy, meeting people in alleys, inviting them back home. From Mama Mo, a tip for life. If you meet two women in an alley and decide to bring them home, don't. Nothing good happens, in alleys back to your house. So possibly don't do that. If given the chance, don't pick up women from alleys. We learn something new every day on the Petty Express. We really do.
Any objection to 207?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 207.
All right. Sir, we talked about Google and Android.
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about Apple. Tell us about it.
Apple is the flip side of the coin. They're competing companies between Apple and Android, and a lot of people, the United States has a high prevalence of Apple phones that people carry. Apple also has its own ecosystem, but primarily we use Apple iPhones. It's one way that most people are familiar with Apples, as well as computers. Apple has its own system of logging and recording data, and our Apple...
The judge is like, screw you all. I still have my BlackBerry. Pound sand. I'm never changing. Why did we go away from Blackberries? Can we get back? Look, I don't really like my iPhone. Can we bring back those phones that you flipped up and had an actual damn keyboard? Could I get an actual damn keyboard? Look, I'm a tactile person. I need a keyboard. Could we bring back like Blackberries or something like that? I'm just asking for a friend. Not that I use my phone effectively anyway, because I know you can use it for calendars and stuff, and like that's 5 different things when I can write it down on my planner that I lose. But still, I'm just saying, could we bring back a keyboard for those of us with dumb fingers? Look, half the time my left hand is frozen and it's too cold to actually activate the stupid screen. Now, I don't understand why I can't figure out that I'm human. And I love my future robotic overlords. Toaster, I love you. But could we possibly, before Skynet takes over and the internet bombs us all with memes and Rick Ross, stuff and nukes us, could we possibly get a phone with a keyboard back? Thank you.
that we use. Apple phones will maintain location history, will maintain phone usage, as computers will do the same thing. And they can oftentimes store that information in what we call the cloud, which is just simply an Apple server somewhere that we send our information to, and it stores it for us.
I do wonder the thought process about that suit. Did he go into the suit shop and he's like, look, I don't want Hawaiian print, but do you have something loud? He was like, black, gray, beige, plaid. Sold. I mean, he looks great in it, snappy dresser, but the most boring beige man I have ever met. Well, not met, but...
Sure.
I am the Mo, and I speak for the Neo-Luddites. There are those of us here who hate technology, but are forced to use it. And I speak for those people And we would like keyboards back. Thank you very much. And a sarcasm font. It can be Comic Sans. I am okay. I don't care what font you do. Wingdings, I'm good. But we need a sarcasm font because I'm tired of trying to italicize or quote when I'm being a sarcastic smartass so Mr. Mo will know I'm not serious. You guys are hackers. You know computerology magic. Just do it for the love of God. Elon, I'm asking you, stop sleeping with communists and bring us a sarcasm font. Or sleep with socialists and still give me a sarcasm font. I really don't care. Whatever you do, you do. Okay, it looks like we went on a break. Law and Crime has not been getting all of the sort of out of jury thing.
Mr. Aurelia, did you need to address 205, 208, and 212?
I did not, but I believe the defense is objecting to them.
Okay. Ms. Trujillo, did you need to address these now?
We can, if that would work better.
Are they coming up through Officer Colgate?
Yeah. So
Please, we need to start a revolution. Sarcasm font now.
Specifically, Hosanna Varela's iCloud Cellbrite report. So he'll talk about that. We'll admit the disk in its entirety. There'll be the text that's 205 with the metadata from 208 that pertains to that. And then exhibit 206 is going to be the actual iPhone Cellbrite from the phone. And then you would have the messages, the notes from Miss Varela's phone that would be, I believe I handed the court 212, is that correct?
You handed me 205, 208, and 212.
So the actual notes from Miss Varela would be 212.
Thank you. And Ms. Trujillo, anything that you need to address as to those exhibits?
Yes, just to make sure I'm understanding, the 208 would be the metadata for 205.
So, and I can show you these, Mr. Hill, but so I have 205, which appears to be a screenshot of, I think, a text message conversation. 208 appears to be that same, contains the same screenshot, but also contains some, what I would describe as metadata. And then I have 212, which appears to be a 3-page Cellbrite report.
Okay. For 205, we would be objecting under hearsay. I anticipate the response to that is going to be a posting party statement.
Okay. And any other objection to the other two things that I have before me?
I think 208, we would be objecting to hearsay as well. But in regard to 212, I believe that's Ms. Varela's then iCloud notes from the Cellbrite dump. We would be objecting to hearsay. Those are all of the notes that she wrote. She's not the witness testifying. So again, those statements are all hearsay.
Anything as to 212, Mr. Praley?
Well, Your Honor, I think we have to lay the foundation specifically that these notes are found specifically on that iCloud account. The process of going through those, I think the court can look at the context and the dates of those that would be relevant for the ultimate determination as to Ms. Varela's role in this case. Specifically in those notes, she references in multiple places that she witnessed a murder, witnessed this homicide, and therefore, I think based on a variety of factors, that would come in. I think her credibility has already been challenged and throughout opening statement. I think that's consistent with People v. Eppins, 979, Pacific 2nd, 14. I think these statements come in under Rule 801 as well as 1610-201 because there's prior consistent, prior inconsistent, and therefore all of the
Reasons I couldn't be a lawyer. I cannot remember numbers to save my life. And I think I have number lexia. Like you can tell me a number and I will write it down correctly, but my brain does not see the pattern in the numbers. Phone numbers are really hard for me. Addresses are super hard. If I have to write them down, I will transcribe numbers or transpose number. I will not transcribe correctly. So this is the reason number 11D12 billion, I could not be a lawyer. Oh, we do have someone went to Hobby Lobby. Look at these. We've got real framed real canvases. We are stepping up from posters, y'all. Although this one still scarily reminds me of math. And this one is, well, I hope they're spelling out something nice in sign language because I can't quite read it.
those would come in for Ms. Varela as to the iCloud notes. And then as to the text message on 205 and 208, those are an admission by a party opponent. We know that this is a communication between Ms. Varela and the defendant in the weeks after the homicide or the days after the homicide prior to arrest, and therefore that would be relevant to the state of mind, the actions, the mental state, and the further attempts to conceal this as a part to thwart law enforcement.
And Mr. Pereira, just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, because I'm not sure I am, on 212, are you just laying foundation now and then admitting that through another witness, or conditionally asking to admit subject to future witness testimony?
We can conditionally admit. I think that that's a happy medium if the court wants to do that. I do believe that it's appropriate to actually admit the entire exhibit at that point, because Investigator Colgate was able to go through this process, recognize these specific notes within this specific time frame for the dates that were authorized under the search warrant, and specifically that the content deals with the statements of "I witnessed a murder." The court can also look at that as co-conspirator statements at the time, statements.
Okay, did his barber have a mishap or does he have a bald patch? And I know I shouldn't be paying attention to that. I am taking in what he's saying. But right now, it's really bothering me that he has this like lighter patch right here. I don't know if his barber had a sneeze, and I do feel bad for him if he had a barber sneeze.
It's against interest at the time, based on all of the context and the timing.
All right, thank you. Ms. Trujillo, anything further as to 212?
Yes, I would note that opening statements are not evidence.
I am sorry that your daughter has to deal with it. It's called dyscalculia. My daughter has it. It affects all forms of numbers, counting change, telling times, like you said, phone numbers and such. You know how some people can visualize things in their brain? I can do that really well until it comes to numbers or spatial awareness. Look, we all have our talents. I'm glad that there are some people that can remember every number all their lives, because we need you, because people like me are like, what is my phone number? And don't mix it up with your social security number.
There was nothing specific saying Ms. Varela said X and then inconsistently said Y in any type of note, so I don't believe it is right for the prosecution to be arguing prior consistent or inconsistent, as her credibility was just, it has been generally noted in openings, but again, that's not evidence. I don't believe that a hearsay exception applies based on the context of those notes. If the court looks at the dates, this isn't a statement against interest necessarily. And considering the prosecution's theory here of what she said she had witnessed, it's not a co-conspirator. She was charged. I understand that she pled to accessory, but I think that's kind of taken out of context here. I think that if the court permits them to conditionally admit 212 and then through Ms. Varela, should she testify, be able to lay further testimony again, it would still be hearsay through Ms. Varela, and we can deal with it at that point. But she is not testifying. Officer Colgate is not her. So
That is why I'm here, just to point out things that will bother you now and make sure that we won't ever see that angle, because we are filming from this angle. Law and crime, where is Dave when you need him? We need him to call the court and get a other side profile of this particular lawyer.
So I think laying a foundation of the celebrate dump could be appropriate, but not to admit the entirety of 212, given the entire context is hearsay.
All right. So as to 205 and 208, I am going to overrule the defendant's objection. They're clearly statements by Ms. Rodriguez, at least they appear to be on their face. Mr. Pereira, so there's a number of different statements in 212, some of which I think the hearsay objection is evident now.
Oh, for heaven's sake, just throwing things.
With some future testimony by other witnesses, given that they're all contained in the document, what I'll do is I will conditionally admit at this time, assuming that the rest of the foundation is laid, 212.
Mo, in Germany, we call these talent skills synthesize? Synesthesia. I know about this. So some people have, for them, the color A is always red. It's associated with that. So it's a mixing of your five senses. So some people will say sounds have a color, which they sort of do for me. Really high frequencies have a yellow sound. I don't know how to explain it other than high-pitched and annoying and make you want to crawl inside your soul. If things are too yellow, like those little, okay, y'all, can we outlaw, it is 2025, can we outlaw those forklifty things from Sam's Club during customer times, because when there is a herd of them beeping, I am simply catatonic. Mr. Mo knows this. He's like, I'm like, they're all beeping. I cannot focus. Please wait until the beeping stops, and then we can continue our shopping experience. Also, can we outlaw shopping at Costco on Sundays? It is the worst. People are confused. How the F are you confused in Costco? No, we're gonna talk about this. If you've never been in a Costco, it's a bulk store. Everything's big. Yes, yes. Do not stop to look at things in the middle of the aisle. Go to the side. I don't know why we're all confused about how this works, but you go to Costco on a Sunday, it is like land of the living dead. There are a bunch of zombies just waiting for free samples, and that's why I don't go in on a Sunday. So the more you know, the mo you know. If you're an Insidian, stay the hell out of Costco on a weekend. It's not worth it. They have a delivery service for reals.
This is coming in with some future witness testimony. Again, I think right now, I think only some of that is evident based on the face of the message. So when you believe it's appropriate to fully admit that, I can further rule on the defendant's objection at that time. Any other clarification of that you need right now, Mr. Praley?
No, that makes sense. I just wanted to not delay the proceedings more.
No, that's fine. I think it makes sense. If you want to come grab that. And then is there anything else we need to address from either side before we bring the jury back in and resume?
Not from the defense.
Anything from the state? Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back in. For clerk.
So I will say that optically, if I were just a juror and I'm looking optically at Stacy, I would not have her in all black. I would have her hair loose. Again, I know it didn't really help with the Megan Boswell case, but it did work to soften her. I think the problem you are going to have with self-defense is she looks like a tough woman. She looks like a strong, rough and tumble woman. And you want the jury to feel like she was a helpless young woman. And I don't think having her in all black, having the severe braids, even though they're beautiful, I don't think it works to soften her. I think it is just as bad, if not, equivalent to having jail garb on. Again, most people don't put their hair in braids like that unless they're in the military or, in prison. So I don't think it gives off the best look, but that's just me. You're here for color commentary as well. But it's also in the way she carries herself. Her shoulders are back. She's not, now she's turtling. But she hasn't given off an aura of vulnerability or innocence.
Officer Colgate, I will remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. Pralia, you can go ahead and resume.
Sir, we're to Apple, and I just want to ask, I guess, one time, what's the difference of actually downloading from an iPhone versus an iCloud account?
An iPhone is a physical phone that you extract data from. An iCloud account is oftentimes that same phone's backup to an offline server somewhere, and we pull the data off of that server instead of from the phone.
Okay. Let me start with one.
Mine has stopped syncing to the cloud, and to be honest, I don't have anything in my phone, so I'm like, and I need a new phone. Which, why are they so daggone expensive? For the love of all that is Cheetos. Steve Jobs, you only ate fruit. Like, why does this company have to charge $1 gajillion for a stupid phone? I don't care if it has 3 cameras on it. I just want it to work as a freaking phone, and so I can watch YouTube. I really don't do very much with my phone. I should probably do more. But daggone it, I just want a phone that works, that doesn't, constantly needed update and, all this stuff for an iCloud. I don't even know what an iCloud is. I don't want them to have my stuff. And all they're going to see is that I have an addiction to Nora Roberts. Okay, but she's a little too tame for me now, so I've gone to different authors. Heavy recommend Susan Stoker if you like military men and some spice. Very well written.
91. If I could approach.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that Ms. Varela's iCloud Cellbrite return that was provided to you in this case?
Yes, it is.
And have you reviewed it in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I have.
Any concerns about the validity or authenticity?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 191.
Any objection to 191?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 191.
And sir, then when you go through that, do you actually provide that in a Cellbrite analysis like you've described?
Yes, I do.
And contained in that, would there be separate categories for items?
Yes, several different categories.
Can you give a few of those?
Text messages, pictures, photos, location data. There's a lot of different things contained within one of those reports.
Okay. If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 205 and 208.
All right.
You recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And were those directly taken from what would have been on 191?
Yes.
And in going through that, were you able to verify that based on the type of files and the names and the locations?
Yes.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate as to 205 and 208?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 205 and 208.
And from the defense, you maintain your previous objection?
Yes, we do.
All right, noting that objection, I will accept into evidence states 205 and 208.
All right, sir, can you briefly describe to the jury before we publish these what metadata would be?
Metadata is essentially just data about an image that's contained within the image.
Okay. If we could
It must be very confusing if you have not watched trials, if this is your first time, in the legal process as a juror. It must be very confusing to watch one person bring in all this foundational evidence and not really go over it, to have another person explain it. I've been watching trials a while, so this is kind of not news to me, but I did have to explain it to people when I did jury duty. Again, it's, it is kind of an odd thing that you have to lay foundation. That's something that, most people aren't used to. So I can imagine if you're not used to court, you see someone bring in all this evidence and then not really talk about it, be a fairly short witness, and then someone else will talk about it. I'm sure that that's a really odd thing for them, because generally when someone brings something up, they just continue to talk about it. And in court, that's not quite the way things work.
Let's start with 205. Was this a message that caught your attention when you were reviewing this?
Yes.
And fair to say that it's from Stacy Rodrigues, or at least listed on the top?
Yes, this is a picture of a message. Yes.
And can you briefly read that for us?
The blue bubble appears to be from the owner of the device or of the cloud account.
And in this case, to be clear, that would be Hosanna Varela.
That is correct. The messages on the left in the gray bubbles appear to be from someone identified as Stacy Rodrigues at the top of the chat. So in my head, not taking the ring off, meaning you FWM. So yeah, you're not single, no mo. I come with a lot of things: attention, love.
What is FWM? I am so unhip. For wife men? Family women mashed potatoes? I don't know. Let's see what Urban Dictionary. Okay, what does FWM mean in slang? FWM in slang means follow me. It's a way of asking someone to follow you on a social media platform, essentially inviting them to see your content. Ew. No. No. That just seems weird. I don't know. That's the weird thing. So when people ask what I do, I'm like, I'm a semi-professional YouTuber. I'm a semi-professional funny person. I have a somewhat self-sustaining hobby. I don't know what to say, because it sounds self-aggrandizing if you're like, I'm a YouTuber. And then they're like, oh, are you an influencer? And I'm like, oh my God, no. Dear God, no. Please no. Do not follow me. I make all the mistakes. God has to literally cripple me for me to learn to slow down. So do not be a Mo. I mean, quite literally did have to cripple me for me to slow down. But, and I don't know where I was going with this. Any hoozle.
Tickles support. I'll kill a MF for you, like 6 feet under.
Now, if we could show 208.
Foreshadowing.
Do we have that same message that would have been on 205 on the left and then also on the right?
Yes.
And then can you describe what we're looking at below that?
Below that is the metadata that Celebrite puts together of that particular, what I would call digital artifact, which is an image. The top is the image name. It says name, and then type is image. It says how big it is in bytes. The path there is the path that it came from the, it looks like it's from the cloud.
And for Mo's Crime Club, first, we don't talk about Crime Club. Second, you don't text about Crime Club. Third, you don't write anything down. And you write your text as though you assume they're going to be read in court. Now, to be fair, some of my texts are hilarious and I wish they would be read in court. But other ones, I do remind myself, do not write incriminating things, self. You are probably on a list. It's a good thing you don't fly.
Photo library, which is how Apple iCloud structures where they put the images that you back up to their server. The created and access dates show January 4th of 2022, which is the time that digital artifact was created. This is a little complicated, if you mind if I explain.
Yes, if you could please explain.
They're a little misleading in that sometimes people think that if it shows a created date of January 4th, that's when the image was taken. That simply just means when I pulled that image off of the Apple servers and put it onto a forensic computer, that image was created on my computer on January 4th, which would line up with what I was doing because on January 4th, that's when I was processing this. So created and accessed means I put it onto my machine and I accessed it or viewed it. Both of those show January 4th of 2022. The modified date is when that image was last originally modified. Oftentimes that means either saved onto the original device, etc. It can mean a lot of different things, but it shows a modified date of November 2nd of 2021.
So to be clear, based on all of your testimony, your experience, and your expertise, is it fair to say that you believe this message dealing with Stacy Rodrigues says, "I'll kill an MF for you like 6 feet under" on November 2nd, 2021?
Yes, I believe the screenshot was taken on November 2nd of 2021 of this message.
If we could take that down. I'm also going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 212. It's 3 pages previously.
All right. Do you mind, sir, if I note one other thing about that image?
Please do.
The screenshot itself shows a date at the top of 808 and the modified date of 708 based on UTC time. It could be very accurate. That, in my opinion, I would say it's likely that this image screenshot was taken shortly around the same time that message was received.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Now going to 212, you had talked there were different categories. We just dealt with some messages or photos. Are you familiar with the Apple ecosystem having notes?
Yes, sir.
And generally, can you describe?
Oh, dear God, don't put notes of your homicide in your notes for Apple. You think Google's going to protect you? No, they have a backdoor for the feds. We do not write down our crimes. We don't commit crimes. It's kind of how we live our lives. We stay out of jail. We don't look good in orange. I'm a whole lot mouthy. I can't go to jail.
Notes is just an application that comes with every iPhone, and you can type notes into it.
Okay. And can you describe the general process that you go through when a search warrant is authorized with a specific date range to then pull this material and verify that you're operating within the lines?
Yes, sir. When I received well, I'll put it this way. Bear with me, it's a little complex. Apple allows for the service of a warrant to their systems, and with authorization, they will pull off of their servers and allow us to access that. Apple will send basically a password-protected file and a...
Okay, so I just looked at my notes, and I realized that I had started a Sound of Music style song about Letitia Stalk. You know, how do you solve a problem like Maria? Because Maria was one of her alter egos. I believe I was stone cold sober when I wrote this. How do you get the sniper, or how do you solve a problem like Maria? How do you get the sniper on the stand? Many a thing the KGB has taught her. Many a thing she wants to stab again. But how do you make her quit and give up on all her shit? How do you get this bitch to understand? It's a work in progress. The musical will be out soon. Lin-Manuel Miranda, Move over. We've got the Letitia Stelk musical, Swamp Donkey, the Step Monster.
Password to decrypt it to us. Once we do that, we establish a connection with Apple and pull all the data off of their servers that they think falls within the date range that we are allowed to have. Apple will say with their return, we can't verify for sure that everything we're giving you.
Can you imagine the Fed, the local cop having to deal with my notes? He'd be like, who is Maria, and why do you have a song written about her? Also, why do you have people you wish to cage? And I was like, well, I work on the internet, allegedly in Minecraft. Look, I'm a semi-professional funny person. I need to have my things.
Falls within that date range. They don't want to be liable for giving us something we're not allowed to have. So oftentimes it comes to us to make sure that what we're getting falls within the date range we're allowed to have. If I can continue, what I then do is I run everything through the same software, Celebrite. Celebrite has the ability to look at any items that have date stamps and say, well, if it's a date stamp that falls within the time we're allowed to have, we can keep it and move it forward. If not, we push it aside. Not every digital item from these have a date stamp. Some of them are ambiguous.
Mr. Colgate, I would invite you to please come explainerate things in Canton. Now, I will give you hazard pay to come to Canton to explain all the cellular phone things, but you're explaining them in a way that I can understand. You are the first magic computerologist that has explained things in a way Mo that can understand. So I don't know if you've put it on Super Short Bus, but I demand that you go to Canton and figure this shit out, because I can't take another 45 experts telling me 12 different things about sea tables and store lists and how slong to die in cold. Because I'll just measure it myself at this point.
Yes, we don't know where they come from, but they could be included.
But we need you in Canton, sir, please.
And looked at things that did not have date stamps to determine if I could find a way to guarantee or to at least presume that those fell within the dates we were allowed to have.
And what'd you do then for that?
In this particular case, I saw several notes files, and none of the notes files had actual metadata of a created date. So, but I did find that 5 of the notes files within this were manually dated by presumably the owner of the device, Hosanna Varela, with a typed out date. And the 5 that fell within the date range we were allowed to have, I included in my Celebrite report moving forward. The remaining 16 notes I pushed aside and didn't put them in as evidence.
And contained within that, is it fair to...
Holy shitballs. And he excluded evidence that wasn't within the dates that he was allowed to search. Sir, your country, the world, Canton, nay, the universe need you. Please go and uncluster their F. It's a big job. We'll give you all the booze you need, but we need you, sir. This is a plea.
To say, without dealing with the context or the actual content, fair to say that it was treated like long notes, almost like a diary?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns at all then, other than what you've discussed about the authenticity of those notes?
No, I do not.
And how they were captured?
I have no concerns.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit 212.
All right. And any further record from the defense apart from what you've already made?
No, we're asking not to publish at this time.
All right. I am going to conditionally admit 212, subject to further testimony from other witnesses. All right.
If I could also approach with 206. Sir, I'm handing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Have you actually looked at it prior to today's court?
Yes, I have.
Can you verify that that is fair and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Is that specifically the Cellbrite report that you constructed from the physical cell phone of Ms. Hosanna Varela?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, move for the admission of 206.
Any objection to 206?
No objection.
All right. The court will admit into evidence 206.
Sir, as you went through that process in dealing with the Cellbrite report, and you're trying to generate that from a physical device, these are not records sent by Apple. Can you describe, can you always get into a phone, or at times are you stopped?
Oftentimes I am stopped. I can't always get into a phone.
Okay. For example,
I'm going to need that super lockdown, people, because when I die, look, I am going to entrust one of you mofos to come get all the incriminating evidence out of my house before, my family finds it. Mostly my mom. Look, there are only going to be a couple things. It's going to be a black bag in my closet. You just take it out, you burn it, and you don't let anyone see it. You do give my mom, though, the entire thumb drive of my Smexy audiobooks to horrify her. And at my wake, because I don't want a funeral, I have a long list of people that I would like double deuces. We will have a double deuce salute and the Team America World Police theme song. And then there'll be some Oprah moments too, like y'all can cry and miss me, but mostly I would just like to leave this world in, hilarity and absurdity. Find the weirdest news story you can, send it out into the world. That's all I want. And one of my children to gladly take custody of me when I'm older. Now, I'm banking on youngest most feral because he's put me through things. So, look, y'all, I'm not saying that when I go to his house and I become his dependent, I'm going to take all the snack foods, I'm going to eat them the first day he gets them, and I'm going to shove all the wrappers deep within his couch. I'm going to take his remote control. And I'm going to throw it wherever the fuck I feel like it, and I'm not going to remember where it is. And then I'm going to take a cup of milk, and I'm going to hide it somewhere in his house until it grows into a science experiment. And then when he asks me what happened and who did this and who wrote Mo on the wall, I'm going to say it was a Robbler. And then I'm going to go base jump or something. To be fair, I don't think any of my kids want custody of me. My plan is to be as outrageous as possible when I'm older, so I'm aiming for Sophia. I always thought that I would be a Blanche, but I realize I'm a Dorothy. So I am just waiting for the time in my life where everything can be solved with cheesecake. Look, you learn a lesson, you have a cry, you get some cheesecake. I'm waiting for that. Ooh, I like it. I do like it. And then when I'm asked to look for it, this is what I'm going to do. I swear, my kids are more zombie than Day of the Dead or Dawn of the Dead when they're asked to look for something. It's literally looking up at the ceiling. And I'm like, your shoe will not be there. Also, welcome, Mr. Cooperators, as I was ranting about my children not being able to find anything. I love them to death, but youngest most feral would lose his shoes in 22 seconds and has. Which is why he's not allowed to take his shoes off until we tell him we're not going anywhere. I know it sounds weird, but honestly, that boy can lose a shoe in 22 seconds flat. It is 60 seconds and gone, but with shoes.
Well, in this case, were you asked to download Miss Rodriguez's phone?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, I was not.
And as it pertains to then Miss Varela's, ultimately, were you able to get into that?
I was ultimately able to get into it, yes.
And what was required at that time?
A passcode, a 6-digit passcode.
Can you tell the jury what that 6-digit passcode was?
It was 100321.
So 100321?
Yes, sir.
Or 1032021, one of those two?
10.
Well, he's got glasses now, and I'm going to put one on his glasses because we are a big family. We have budgets for, birthdays and stuff like that. So he was going to have a really awful birthday because he lost his glasses. Now, the glasses place we go to is local, and they will fix any sort of, brokenness. Like he breaks it, it'll be fixed. The only thing they won't do is replace a lost set of glasses. So yes, I did buy him the little necklace thing that the sports guys wear. So they are firmly attached to his cranium. Because apparently he has an astigmatism I didn't know.
0321.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, please? Go ahead.
Now, I will say this defense attorney is very sharp. I think she advocates well. I don't like her theory of the case, but she is on top of it.
Start. You talked about the notes that you saw on Ms. Varela's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Perelia had asked you if this was kind of written as if it was a diary, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have no idea the intent behind those notes, right?
I don't know.
You don't know necessarily the situation in which they were written,
No, I do not.
the context in which they were written.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you can kind of get an idea sometimes of when things were created or modified on Celebrate, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, but not all the time.
Not all the time.
And you had said there were some notes where the date was written out, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about a date written out, it was contrary to the modified or created date. Is that fair to say?
I don't know.
Okay, could we publish 208?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so if we're looking over here on the far right, it says
I do find it odd that she is going to question this particular witness about these things, considering he is the one just laying foundation. And she was very clear that there was some information that she only wanted brought in with other witnesses. But she, like I said, she's been sharp and, seems to have a reason for her questions, unlike the other defense attorney, penny problem voice.
created and modified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when we're talking about a date written out, that's not the same as the created and modified, right?
It could be. I don't know. Do you have an example?
He just explained this. So created and modified indicate what he did. So I believe this report was created and then he modified it or opened it. At least that's what I understood. It's computerology though, so honestly I'm just going to be quiet because I don't know.
I have a better way to ask this question. So if we have the created and modified, we see those dates there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were referencing messages where the dates were written out, that was not saying that it was what you saw in the created and modified, correct?
The dates that were written out was not something I got from the metadata of the item. The metadata did not have dates included.
Okay. When you saw it written out, it was in the body of whatever you were looking at.
That is correct.
Okay, so whether it be a note or some kind of other thing that you were able to pull from the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in that regard, it is as if somebody had written out the date rather than the metadata from the phone grabbing that date.
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to, we can keep on this one. We'll start with I'll Kill an MF for You.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of a song by Skylar Grey featuring Eminem called Kill for You?
No, I am not.
Okay. Looking, the second, I guess the last one here, Like 6 Feet Under. Are you aware of a song by Billie Eilish called 6 Feet Under?
No, I am not.
Are you aware of a song by Hardy called 6 Feet Under?
No, ma'am.
What about a song by Lola Young called 6 Feet Under?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect examination for Officer Colgate?
To be clear on 212, the metadata did not conflict with the date written on there either.
Correct.
As to 208, if we could put that back up. We were asked a lot about a variety of different songs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any part of that discussion that was talking about music where maybe we cut off the top part that they said, here are my favorite songs that I want to go over?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule the objection given the question by the defense.
No, sir. I don't see anything about songs, just in looking at it in general.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. All right, the state may call their next witness.
Could we call Brian Eberly?
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Can you please come forward? And before you sit down, if you can please raise your right hand, sir. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And sir, if you can get just as close to that microphone as is reasonable. And Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Absolutely. My name is Brian Eberly, and it's E-B as in boy, E-R-L-E.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Division of Fire through the state of Colorado.
All right. Have you reached any particular rank during this time?
No, sir.
Are you a lieutenant with the fire investigations?
I was with West Metro when this occurred.
Okay. So how long have you been in your current place?
I've been with the state for about 6 months.
Okay. And prior to that, you were with the West Metro Fire District?
Correct. Yes, sir.
How long were you with them?
I was with West Metro for about 8.5 years.
And what is your area of expertise in your employment?
In my employment, I'm a fire investigator and accelerant detection canine handler.
Okay. And how long have you been a fire investigator?
I've been a fire investigator for, about 13 years.
Okay. And how long have you been an accelerant detection canine handler?
5 years.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Absolutely. I have a bachelor's degree in public administration, and almost complete with my master's degree in forensic science with an emphasis in fire and arson investigation. I've been with the fire department or was with the fire department for about 21 years. Prior to that, I served 2 years with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office as a deputy. And I've been working with detection canines for about 19 years.
Okay. And have you, during your tenure in this field, have you received certain certificates?
I have, yes, sir.
A number of certificates?
A few, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roughly how many?
I would say probably about a dozen between law enforcement, firefighting, and then fire investigations.
Okay. And what do you do to stay current on your in the area of fire investigation and canine handling?
So we maintain compliant with NFPA Standard 1033, which requires continuing education in various different fire investigation fields, everything from fire dynamics to fire behavior. So I maintain, I'm required to complete about 16 hours of continuing education a year.
And then do you put that to use out in the field?
Absolutely, every day.
All right. Do you belong to any professional affiliations?
I do, yes. I'm a member with NAFI, which is the National Association of Fire Investigators, as well as the International Association of Arson Investigators.
Okay. Have you ever been awarded any professional awards in your duty as a fire investigator, canine handler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are those?
I've received a meritorious service award for actions on on an incident, and then a life-saving award.
Okay. Now, have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court?
I have, yes.
Okay, did anyone catch his name? Sorry, I was talking about, I will say, and this is a great change from the school they used to be in, but my two youngest, most feral, are in a private school because Indiana does give you vouchers, so the money follows the kid, which is such a blessing. But they have been so on top of the IEP or the learning plans and getting them retested. And we found out that my middle son, who tries his hardest, I mean, works his little heart out, he finally got diagnosed as dyslexic, and they have an entire program to help him learn to read, to use tools to help reading not be so hard for him. So I have just been like beyond impressed with this school. And I will deal with sitting in the line of, boredom for an hour every day so they can go to a school where their individual needs are met. I have just been, so they called me and they're like, oh, we need to test so-and-so again. What are his strengths and weaknesses? And I love it. I just love it. So this is the arsonologist, I'm guessing. We're going arsonologist. On the Petty Express, I don't always catch names, but I will make up, nicknames.
Yes, sir.
And has that been in the area of fire investigation and accelerant detection canine handler?
So the two prior cases were with detection canines.
Okay. And have there been other times?
No, sir, just those.
Okay. Have you handled canines frequently in your career?
I have, yes.
So you're with what we'll call an accelerant detection dog?
That's correct.
Have you done other dogs as well?
I have. I've worked 3 different specialties. I've worked with a tracking and trailing bloodhound, 3 different cadaver dogs, and then I was also a FEMA urban search and rescue lifeline canine handler.
Okay. Can you introduce the jury to your dog?
Thank you so much for all the work you do. Oh, Brian Eberly, thank you so much. Chat. I do love the collective the collective smartness of chat.
Absolutely. My current partner is Rotzi. He's a almost 8-year-old male yellow Labrador retriever.
Okay. And can you explain just a little bit? We'll get into it more later, but
Facts not in evidence. We need to see puppers. I need to see the golden lab. I need to pet him for evidence. I also need some doggo kisses, and I'll pet him, and we need an emotional support dog for this case. Also, it looks like this lawyer has lost a ton of weight. So good job.
A a little bit about the training and how you came into possession of your partner, Rotzi?
Absolutely, yeah. So I applied for the Accelerating Detection K9 handler course that was through the State Farm program. At that time, State Farm was the largest arson detection K9 program out there. So I was selected and traveled out to Concord, New Hampshire in 2020, I believe, and was partnered up with ROTC, where we spent then a 200-hour academy course going through learning how to be a accelerating detection K9 handler.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How many certified detection or arson detection canine handlers are there in the state of Colorado?
Currently, Colorado has 3.
Okay. And all 3 of you are responsible for covering the entire state?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Are you split into divisions or geographical areas?
We are not. So the Division of Fire through the state has 2 K9s, and then Denver Fire Department has 1 K9 that is an ATF accelerating detection K9.
All right. So when you indicated that you went out and had this training with your dog, were you with the dog the entire time?
I was, yes. From day 1 walking in, I was given this dog. Showed up and they said, go to kennel number 2, grab Rotzi, he's going to be your partner. And pretty much since that day back in August of 2020, he and I've pretty much done everything together.
Okay.
Okay, we need a Rotzi and Cop YouTube channel. I would watch the ever-living Schnell out of Roxy the dog finding, a-holes that try to burn their houses down. Of course, if they just put a GoPro on the puppy, I'd watch that too. Look, I'm easy to please. Puppies and kittens. It's not that hard.
And
I don't know why I don't have a puppy and kitten channel.
Would you call him a family pet as well?
Yeah, absolutely. He's, outside of his working capability, he spends, time just like a normal dog at the house.
Okay. So in regards to Rotzi, how do you go about recertifying, or do you keep up on qualifications?
I do, yes. So we are required to recertify every year through the Maine Specialty Dog Canine Program.
Does that mean you have to go back to Maine to do that, or is that a program that can be facilitated here?
So every year they put on 3 different certification processes, and it's usually spread out throughout the U.S. There's one always up in Maine, that's where the head trainers are at. And then they typically do one in, kind of a southern portion of the U.S. and then somewhere Midwest. So, but it usually requires at least a week of traveling somewhere to go and do our recertification process.
All right. And in what,
Look, we didn't get Turner and Hooch the series. I need Turner and Hooch the YouTube channel. Rotzi and Brian, Dog Law. What are you gonna do when Rotzi sniffs you? He's gonna sniff you out. Did you use gasoline? Oh, hell no. Roxy taking a bite out of arson.
areas of detection is Rotzi trained in?
So Rotzi is what we call an arson dog or an accelerating detection canine. So he is trained to detect the presence of hydrocarbons, typically that we see with.
Okay, except when they say arson dog, I sit here thinking about the dog in, it's fine, we're all fine. And I'm like, that would kind of be my thought about an arson dog, like he's in a corner trying to light a lighter, like, damn it, if I only had thumbs. It's been a long day.
Types of fuels that can be used as an accelerant.
During your time with Rotzi, how many fires have you had the occasion to go and run him around?
I think we average probably about 50 fires a year. So over the last 4.5, 5 years, that's 200, 250 some fires probably.
Okay. And how accurate must the dog be to be recertified?
So during our certification process, the dog has to be 100% to recertify, and they are allowed one opportunity if they miss. It's a five different tests. They can miss one test and then do a retest. And if they do not pass that, then they have to go into remedial training, and then they're allowed to test again. And if they fail again, then they are removed from the process.
All right. Has that ever been an issue, recertification, with Rotzi?
No, sir.
All right. So, turning your attention to October 3rd of 2021, were you and Rotzi with the West Metro Fire District?
That's correct, yes.
Do you think that your specialized training in both fire investigation as well as canine handler would assist this jury in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, at this time I would move to have, is it lieutenant?
Just fire investigator now.
Fire investigator Brian Everly, qualified as an expert in arson investigations and also a canine handler for accelerant detection.
And any objection?
No.
All right, the court will accept the witness as an expert in the proffered field, and Mr. McCormick, you can proceed accordingly.
All right, thank you. So I want to start off a little bit. What you said, there's only 3 of you in the state. So how do you get around the state when a call is in or a call comes in? How do you get around state?
So we are, at least through the Division of Fire, we are
Okay, so he's going to have a really mundane way, but what I imagine Brian and Rotzi do is that they jump from a helicopter. Rotzi has his own, parachute. They parachute out to, Thunderstruck, and then they go down to, the fire. That's how I'm going to guess they do it. I'm guessing it's not that fun. But if it involved parachutes, it would be a lot funner.
are requested through the Colorado State Patrol dispatch. So any agency within Colorado, be law enforcement or a fire department, can call and request an accelerated detection K9. Our counterpart in Denver he goes through the ATF national system, but most of us are called directly on our work phone just through our relationships we've built over the years, and that's how we'll get a call to then travel wherever in the state.
On October 3rd, 2021, were you contacted by, Greeley Fire Department to assist in a ongoing arson investigation they were handling?
I was, I believe, originally actually contacted by Chris Burdett through the Division of Fire, but I believe Greeley had reached out to them, and at that point in time, the state didn't have their arson dog up and running, so he had contacted me to see if I could give them assist.
All right, and were you able to provide that type of assistance?
I was, yes, sir.
And do you recall the address that you were sent to on that particular day?
I'd have to refer to, my report, but
Let me ask you this, if I said 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley, does that sound right?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And where did you have to come from?
So I reported, it was a Sunday, so it was my day off, so I reported from my house, which is in Wheat Ridge, Colorado.
Right. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on the scene of that investigation?
I believe it was late morning, I'm going to say 11:30, noon, somewhere around there.
So when you arrived to a scene like that, do you recall, I know it's a while ago, do you recall?
Okay, I have started a poll. We all know the situation. Casey Anthony has decided to go on the Ninjanet and put her ridiculous, donkulous self out there. Now, personally, I think if we ignore her, she'll go away. But I'm willing to unleash the full power of my sarcasm on this heifer and her car-fessional. Again, just because you are a millennial doesn't mean you need to confess your feelings in your car. It's trite, it's cliche, and you got off on unaliving a baby. Maybe just crawl back under the rock from whence you came. Maybe just live quietly and never bother people with your presence. But daggone.
Recall kind of what was going on, what activity was going on at the scene?
By this point in time, if I recall correctly, the scene had calmed down. Most of the operational firefighter individuals were gone, so it was a little more slow paced. I remember getting out and meeting up with Lieutenant Cobb and getting kind of a briefing on where they were at, what they were looking for, and then I believe at that point we were still waiting for the warrant to arrive on scene.
Okay, so when you arrived, you met with other local firefighters?
Correct, yes.
And at this point, where's your dog?
Dog is he's in my vehicle. I have a vehicle that's specifically set up for a K9.
Okay. And do you do any kind of initial gathering of information other than just, in addition to the verbal communication with on-scene firefighters?
Yes, yeah. So absolutely, every fire that I go to prior to working ROTC or any of the other dogs is, I want to make sure the scene is safe, get an evaluation, get some eyes on where we're going to be working to make sure that I'm not going to put him in any undue harm.
Okay. And in addition to that verbal conversation that you have, do you also kind of do a general look at the scene?
Absolutely, yep, yeah. Again, I'll look at every scene to make sure it's something that I'm going to be comfortable with working ROTC in.
All right. I'm going to publish a couple of photos that have previously been admitted. If we could have number 7, please.
All right, go ahead.
This has been entered as People's Exhibit 7. You kind of recognize that?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. Number 8, please.
He's like, Rotzi can't get all the love. You're a cat person. Stop enjoying dogs. I know the microphone is magical. I don't know why you cats love it.
It does, yeah.
Number 10, please.
Stop with the mic. Come on. He's like, no, people love me. They want to see me. I am the real star here. I'm going to get you a GoPro, and we're going to watch how you snore and sleep.
You recognize that?
I do, yes.
All right, thank you. So,
Stop.
you indicated
Not
that
the
you
mic,
found
you
scene
dingus.
for a warrant, which allowed search of the residence. Is that right?
That's correct,
That
yes.
eventually was provided.
Yes.
All right. And were you then asked to walk through or to begin the process of using your dog, Rotzi?
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Right, so can you tell us, please, how, kind of walk us through the process, how you prepare your dog for working a scene of this nature?
Oh,
Absolutely.
I'm
So,
sorry.
first
Was I
thing
not
do on
petting you
every scene, regardless
correctly?
of, what
How
the
dare
temperature is
me.
outside is, I'll roll down the windows to his section of the vehicle in the kennel. Theory behind that is he starts to take in kind of those smells that are around the area. While he's still in his kennel, I'll do a 360 of the property or the fire scene that we're working. Again, I'm looking for any potential hazards or anything that might jump
Yes,
out
you
at the
could
dog.
smell fire
For
too.
example, gas cans, lawnmowers, anything else.
You
that I
could
would
be
expect
a fire cat, an arson. Actually, I think you'd
I will go into the
cause
interior search, and I
arsons.
will walk the entire, in this case, the entire house. And I'll usually limit myself to whatever floor we're on. So if it's a multifamily and the fire was on the first floor, I'm only gonna work and look around that first floor, not go to the other floors. So I'll do what I call, or what we call, as a left-handed search pattern, where I stay to the left and I walk that whole area, taking note of any potential hazards, broken glass, floor collapse, or anything
You
that
can't
can
fit up there anymore. I know you did as a kitten,
if there is a hazard, we'll
but
either
you
try
you are
to
too big for the
mitigate it,
boob
or
shelf. Look,
I'll avoid going into, going into that area.
you're too big.
I wanna
The
kind of
boob
stop
shelf
you
is not.
and talk about another aspect.
You were a
You
kitten.
indicate
You've
that
gotten
your dog had,
huge.
I think you said 200 hours of training?
Yeah, our initial Canine Academy was 200 hours.
All right, so let's start with this. What is the dog trained in?
So he is trained to detect on petroleum-based distillates, hydrocarbons. So anything that's primarily made of petroleum.
Not the
and
desk.
Kind of spread out from there. So all of our hydrocarbon fuels.
Okay, and how was that training conducted?
So the,
No, not the
his
not the
in-training
keyboard.
training is
There
done
is
by
no food
trainers
there.
to
Stop!
main
You've
specialty
stole all my
dog.
food.
How they imprint the dog
Don't
is
boop
kind
the.
of their trade secret. But
Don't
essentially
boop
what
the
they're doing
microphone.
is they'll take the dog and then rewire the dog's brain to look for a specific odor, and that new odor becomes, for our dogs, all of our dogs are food reward. That smell becomes the equivalent to food. So it's
Ooh.
anytime I smell this, I get food, and in their head that odor.
I mean, that works for me. Every time I mop the floor, I get a little Debbie. Nutter butters make mopping fun. I still haven't sold Mr. Mo on an army of Roombas, but if I win the lottery, like, I won't tell nobody, but the swarm of Roombas around my house will be an indication. Also, I'll have eggs. I'll be all bougie. I mean, you won't tell nothing, but I mean, I'll have a swarm of Roombas. And I'll probably adopt all the dogs that are too, that don't like to train. I feel bad for those dogs that get kicked out. What do they do? I need a service animal. Dingus, my current service animal, likes to sleep a lot and has awake apnea and is in love with my mic. Also, he is my snack, guardian at Snackum. I don't know why, but maybe it's my latent Catholicism from years and years of Catholicism, but I only want fish right now. I want, lemon pepper fish, which Dingus does like, but the pepper is a little strong. So just in case you wanted to feed your cat your food, the lemon pepper, Walmart brand filet, a little too peppery for Maine Coons who steal food. He said, 3 stars was warm, but leave the pepper out.
Odor now becomes, hey, that is food, that is survival, that's what I'm looking for, that's what I'm hunting for.
All right, I use the term imprint. What is that?
So imprinting is that hard rewiring of the dog's brain.
All right, and to be clear, your dog is fed on a regular basis?
He is, yes. So he's a 100% food reward. So the only time he gets to eat is when he's finding his target odor.
All right. How does that work at home?
Every day we'll do multiple trainings. So if we're not working a fire every day, I'll set up different styles of training where I'm using our controlled odor. So in Rotzi's case, it's a 50% evaporated gasoline, and I will use 1 to 2 drops and place those throughout the houses, training facilities, outside, and then give him his command to go search for.
I have a question. Does he dumpster dive? Look, I loved Friberto. Friberto was my naughty, terrible child. He was my problem child, and I was a problem owner because he would look at me like, and I wouldn't say no. But that dog was a professional dumpster diver. And would you like to know who steals all the chicken bones? Like, I have to put chicken bones just outside. Outside. They have to go in the separate plastic bag because this dingus, Lord Chaos, middle dimension, chaotic bad, will go into the trash, fully dumpster dive. Like he has been in the bottom of our giant trash can going, meow, meow. I mean, after he's eaten everything, he's looking at me like, Mom, don't tell nobody. I thought you weren't going to tell nobody about the trash can. I'm embarrassed.
For that ignitable liquid, he'll have to find it, and then I give him food.
He has to do that every day to eat.
We have to do that every day.
We have to do that every day to eat. Okay, understood. Thank you. All right, so turn your attention back to this as you do this preliminary walk around to make sure that it's safe for your dog.
Correct, yes.
All right, once you have determined that
There's no
safe,
food on
what
this
do you do
desk.
So once we've determined that it's safe, I'll go out to the vehicle, and as I'm approaching the vehicle, you know, I like to equate it to that it's like we're getting psyched up for you know, our big game here. 'Cause
Not
for
the
him,
desk.
This is a game. This is exciting. It's something that you know, it's the equivalent of like playing fetch. It's a fun thing for him, and he knows he gets to eat. And
Okay, King Bob, cheesecake, cat. She gets a cheesecake, you get a cat. Of course, we'll have to name him something ridiculous. You know, he was supposed to be Wilfred Catley because he has... Here, no, just sit still for 5 seconds. I'm going to show them something. See, he has a little... Would you stop with the... Could you look straight ahead? No, look. You're a cat. Come on, just look. All right, fine. Anyway, he has a little marking on his face. And since I love Wilford Brimley, I was going to name him Wilfred Catley. Now, my kids could not say Wilfred, so he became Dingus. Lord Dingus of the Chaos Dimension, middle manager, chaotic neutral. He is trying to be good. He's kind of like Stitch. His badness level is decreasing with his bulbs being gone, but he is still a bit of a butthole to the female cat.
and labs like to eat. So I'll start getting them psyched up by usually saying, "Oh, are you ready to go to work?" and kind of getting them excited. I'll go to our main cabinet.
Ooh, yes.
Tools, so the food bag.
Or we pick a golden girl. We can name, because it depends. Like if the cat's sassy, then she's Dorothy or Sophia. If she's, you know, feisty, then she's Blanche. And if she's just sweet, she's a Rose.
collar, and all while I'm doing this, I'm pumping him up, getting him excited. I'll put the leash and collar on him.
We
have the
get
food bag,
pumped.
Get him out, and then we usually go to an area where he's allowed to break, which is, you know, relieve himself so that he's bringing less into the scene. And then from there, we'll start doing our search in incident specific, but I'll typically...
I'm glad he piddles beforehand. I was worried about that. Look, as a mom of 6, it does not make a strong bladder. You are not going to see Mo on a trampoline without Depends. Look, it just... When you see the size of my children's head, which I don't put them on the internet, but just imagine a giant pumpkin. Just a giant one. They were off the chart with head circumference. Now, in theory, that makes them all very smart. But again, just not a strong bladder make. So yeah, you will not see Mo doing any competitive trampolining. Not that she would have done it beforehand. But, you know, 6 kids does not a strong bladder make. I'll have to remember, like, look, guys, I want to investigate this scene, but I have to pee a little bit, so I'll be right back.
do an exterior search of the house. So we'll give him his command to search around the perimeter of the house. And then we'll move to the interior, depending on wherever our best access. Typically, I always try to go for the front door, the main entrance.
Okay. So in this regard, is the dog just let go, or is there a lead or leash or anything used?
Nope. So I keep him on leash the whole time. Again, and that just helps control him. That desire to go and find that odor, he'll go and find it. And obviously, some of our fire scenes have collapse hazards or dangers, and if that strong odor is coming from somewhere that's a danger, he'll go to it because that's what he's trained to do.
Okay. Now, in regards to the photographs that I previously showed you, kind of the basic 360 exterior.
Yes, Erica. So this is Colorado versus Stacy Rodrigues. For a case that has a lesbian love triangle, possible, date and rob and an arson, they've made it quite boring. What the state is contending is that Christopher Dickerson had a night out. He wanted to meet some people, have friends. He met Stacy and her girlfriend, Hosanna, in an alley and invited them back for an after party, as you do. From Mama Mo, from the deepest part of my heart, do not pick up women in alleys. I don't care if they're hot or not. It's not a good thing. Look, nothing good happens in an alley, all right? Just nothing. It's like my grandma said, nothing good happens after midnight, or really good things happen after midnight, but there is no in between. So do with that what you will. But what the defense is claiming is that Stacy, this poor 19-year-old, she was about the same, she looked about the same at the time, was confronted by Chris Dickerson. Now, Chris Dickerson was a tall, sort of skinny, nerdy-looking guy. What she is claiming is that they got into an altercation at the house. She was nervous and afraid and had to physically stab him with a metal file in his neck 5 times, leaving the file in his neck. After doing this, I guess she and her girlfriend were scared. They took his phone, a couple of his possessions. A lot of possessions had been piled on his bed, like maybe they were going through to see what was, valuable. They took a loop with his phone in their car around the neighborhood, came back, and started a fire. Now, when the police came on the scene, they were just looking for a body because they didn't know where, Chris was. When they brought the body out, it was burned beyond recognition, but there was still the metal file in his neck, and they actually have x-rays of where it was. Now, Hosanna, Stacy's girlfriend, has turned state's evidence. She has already been charged and gotten 33 years for her accessory after the fact, and I think a couple other crimes, the arson, hiding evidence, that kind of thing. She will be testifying against Stacy. She claims that, they had gone to this guy's house. They were basically, giving him full vodka. They were drinking water, so they were steadily trying to get him drunk so that they could rob him, allegedly. Stacy then hit him in the head with a Budweiser beer bottle. When that didn't work, she attacked him with a metal file, and then things kind of happen the same way. They take a loop and come back in arson. Now, what I will say is that I don't think having Stacy in all black with the severe hair is giving her the look of a innocent 19-year-old. Her posture, her body stance just gives off kind of aggressive authority. Don't mess with me. Now, this is a total aside, and I am not a doctorologist, so take this for what it's worth. I would not be shocked if in Stacy's past there was some SA or some abuse as a child of a bad touch nature. When this happens, women will tend to gain a lot of weight to make themselves feel protected. They might start being very aggressive, very male-like. But I would not be shocked if when we get to sentencing, this is not something that's brought up. And I'm not a doctorologist. She could just be from a fluffy people. Look, there are people that are just a fluffy people, and it's okay. But that, coupled with the fact that she was 19 at a bar with an older woman, that they were in a relationship, it doesn't speak to her being a naive Pollyanna who came to a house expecting an after party and then was cornered by an aggressive man. None of her posture, none of the way she looks right now is getting that message across. If I were her attorney and I was able to, I would definitely soften her look. Just because, again, the braids, the one color is very reminiscent of a prison uniform anyway. So it makes her look very severe. It makes her look aggressive, almost foreboding and unapproachable. So again, if you're trying to tell a story about a naive young girl who was afraid of a, 35-year-old weird, creepy man, the all black, the severe hair is not going with that. Not to mention, they kind of wrote down all their crime in notes on Google. So, guys, if you're going to crime, don't write it down. I feel like if you've watched The Casual Criminalist, this has been explained to you.
See around the entire exterior of the 2413 15th Avenue court address?
I did, yeah. We went around the perimeter of the house.
Okay, and was there any alerts?
He did not give me any alerts. No.
Okay, Let me ask you this. What would an alert to you look like?
So Rotzi's trained conditional behavior response is when he is in on his target odor, he will sit and then continue to kind of bob his head and touch where that odor's at with his nose. And again, since he's a food reward dog in his head, this means I get to eat, so he'll start to salivate and get really excited.
Okay, so a very distinct indication for you to observe.
Oh my God, he's telling me the exact thing that happens when I hear a crinkle wrapper like a little Debbie. This is somewhat upsetting, but a Pavlovian response to Little Debbies and Nutter Butters, I think, is normal. Look, Star Crunch are the greatest, but they need to start putting 2-packs in for us fluffy people. Look, it's been a rough year already. We've got the Meteor of Death, we've got the Bay of America, and possibly the Mountain of Taco Bell coming next. We need double, we need double Star Crunch.
Absolutely, yeah.
So do you recall if that structure was...
Congratulations on the little nugget.
Yes, yeah, correct.
And getting through these first 4 weeks.
Do the exterior?
I would say probably a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, a minute, 2 minutes to get
And
around.
no indications were provided by Rotzi, right?
That's correct.
So do you then, you indicate you'll go into the interior. Now, when you did your initial hazard check, did that include the interior as well, or do you kind of do it a 2-step process? I do the exterior first, put him back in the car, and then do the interior.
I'll do my hazard check all at the same time so that I pull him out, and once we go to work, he's going to work, and I'm not giving him we're not stopping while he's working.
Okay. I want to show you a couple other photographs that have been entered into evidence. If we could publish number 21, please. Does that look familiar?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 22, please. That's people's number 22. It's already been admitted. Does that look familiar?
It does, yes.
All right. Number 23. Investigator, does that look familiar?
Yes, sir.
25. How about that?
Yes.
26. 26 look familiar?
It does, yes.
All right. Finally, people's 27.
Yes, sir.
Now, also attached to this structure was a single car garage. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
All right. And there was a motor vehicle that was burned up in there.
I believe so, yes.
Did you run the dog in the garage area?
I don't believe we got into the garage just due to the debris in the vehicle, and there was tight space, and I wasn't able to get him in there to work.
All right. And when you go, excuse me, into a structure like this, was it evident to you that the windows had been blown out?
It looked as if, yeah, there was a large fire there.
All right. And is there a concern for glass on the ground?
I think large fire is an understatement. That house was gutted. Now, looking at the house and looking at its, state-of-the-art 1974 construction, I'm guessing all of that was full of very flammable, lacquered, because why not, just have shellacked paneling. Now, we are slowly but surely getting rid of the paneling in my house, but that stuff has to be the devil. Also, shiplap is the devil. I'm going to start calling paneling vertical shiplap, just so Mr. Mo doesn't have to take it down. But I hate it. It is the devil, and it is wrong. What in the hell were you thinking in the 70s? Actually, I do have a big question. So, my house, when we moved in, the front door, directly coming into the house, had an entire wall. And I kid you not, I shit you not, you all are my favorite turds. Actual pea gravel, like actual gravel from a damn aquarium, like little small pea gravel stuck to the wall. We had an aquarium wall. Now, I just need to know the level of quaaludes that were involved in 70s design. We have a prison bathroom. We have a bathroom that you can put a door on and you're supposed to be able to shut it to use the pot. But it has a little window in it with little, railings. Why do you have a prison toilet window? No one wants to talk to anyone when they're on the toilet. But in the 70s, apparently you thought, well, I can't see your butt, but I can talk to you through the prison window. I don't get it. Please explain it to me. I'm having issues with my current... Also, did y'all not have squares? Did you not have levels at all? There is not one square corner in this damn house. Look, I love it. It's big enough for our family. It was made by, a giant 7-children Catholic family who, lost their dad, and all the kiddos are doing great and went to school and the mom worked out. But paneling, why? Why paneling? I mean, honest to God, let's bring back the sunken den. Like, I want a sunken den with a fireplace and a hot tub. Like, screw design, that's what I want. I want a hot tub with like a little lava thing. Bring back if we're doing the 70s, we're bringing it all back. I want a rock fountain, sunken, living room that will trip me on every occasion and possibly kill me one day. A fireplace and one of them wraparound couches and a wet bar. And a basement layer. Look, I just want to be Batman. Let's be real. I mean, who doesn't want to be Batman? Well, Ben Affleck, but Ben Affleck has really terrible life choices behind him. So, I mean, you got away from J-Lo and then you put a ring on it. Why? You have never looked happy with her. Stop.
Glass is one of our, one of the things I always look for. Yeah.
And when you went in initially,
Harvest gold all the way, not avocado. Harvest gold.
I do not recall there being anything that would really.
And Formica.
Okay, so then you take Rotsy into the interior, and how it was a small interior. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah, I would say it was a smaller
So you
house.
still have him on the lead or leash.
Absolutely.
And what do you do? Explain to the jury the process of.
And Borders. Oh my God, do y'all remember the early 90s and Borders? Your mom saw them. You got to pick out your own border. It was relevant for you. You liked it for about 5.5 minutes and then it annoyed the crap out of you, but your mom bordered the hell out of everything. There's wine borders in the kitchen. There's family words in the living room. Do not bring Borders back. I will revolt. I will bring a class action lawsuit against anyone who brings Border. Ooh. I need a condiment Lazy Susan. I need one that's big as the table because freaking kids. I love my children. But if they open another MFing ketchup thing, when we haven't used the last of the ketchup, look, I get no one wants the last little bit of ketchup. I get that. It's mostly ketchup water. But there are children in China that would die for this ketchup. So please just use the damn ketchup before you open another ketchup. We've got 3 open ketchups. It is against the will of logic. Why? And then when my husband is like, why are you spazzing and Twitter pating about this? And I was like, you don't understand. It's very simple. They could just open one when the other one's done and throw it away. I don't understand it. Is there a DNA, like physical impairment that these children cannot throw things away when they're empty? The amount of times I've gone into the fridge and pulled out an empty milk jug. Y'all, I'm telling you, my Snapped episode is going to start with, I go to the restroom, there is no toilet paper. I find the toilet paper, restock all the bathrooms. And then I'm going to go take a shower and realize that there are no clean towels. So I will go to the dryer, pull out all said towels, fold all towels, and go take a shower. And then I will go try to find myself a drink because I am constantly thirsty because of my medication. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to try to find a glass. And there's going to be no clean glasses. And then you will just see on the 7 p.m. news, crazy ass woman shuts down freeway for moms everywhere. We're quitting. We are on strike. I'm just saying that's probably how my Snapped episode's going to end. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want people to pick up their own crap and not be a maid. That's all I want. I'm a mom, not a maid. I tell my kids this all the time. I just don't think they understood my job title.
All right, so as we walk up to the main entrance again, kind of talking with Rotsy again, I'm excited to go out and do his job. I'll give him his verbal cue to look for the ignitable liquid. So for Rotsy, his cue or his command is seek. And then I will throw kind of my finger and point that this seek with this movement gets him, okay, it's business time to work. Every time we're working.
The girls do laundry, and it's getting to the point where my oldest son could probably do his own laundry. In fact, he's asked about it. But all of my children up to my husband seem to think that the sink is magical. So you take food that's been welded on because, the plate's been in your room for God knows how long, even though you're not supposed to be eating anywhere outside the kitchen. So you bring said science project down. Now, you have technically cleaned your room and you've put the dishes in this magical sink. Now, I don't know if my children feel like I need a purpose in life and they feel like my purpose is the dishes, but that magical sink is full of stuff. And then the dishwasher is not emptied. Again, my snapped episode is going to be very simple. Just a woman screaming in the front yard, would somebody please help me? I hate to inform you this, but it is not magical. We have moved to paper plates. I will say, okay, in their defense, and I totally did this to myself. So in their defense, during the years before I got hurt, I was that mom. Like I cleaned, I cooked, I had everything done. I had a weekly schedule of where I was going to be cleaning, what was going to be done. So I did acculturate them to, mom doing everything. It's been a little bit of a hiccup trying to deal with mom not being able to do stuff or all the stuff. And God, boys have amers. Could you please pee in the toilet? I have to buy special cleaner for piddling. I'm going to have Rotzi come and show my boys how to piddle. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show them. He's going to show them how to piddle in the right place, away from, in the bowl, and then shut the thing and flush the toilet. You wouldn't think these would be hard things, but these are impossible things.
In an interior, we always do kind of that left-hand search pattern where we just stay to the left and work kind of the whole, outer perimeter of the wall, and then we'll kind of collapse in.
Why don't we have body cam footage of this?
So if there was an aisle
I would rather watch Roxy.
along that, we'll do the perimeter and then start to focus a room-by-room search.
Okay. So is it you said perimeter and you focus in, right?
Correct, yes.
So it started off in the living room area.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then proceeded to, there was a kitchen area.
Yes, sir.
What about the bedrooms?
Again, we would have stayed with that left-hand pattern.
Okay, and then the bathroom as well?
Yes.
Now, in these bedrooms, or a bathroom, or I guess an interior other room, do you have him go in and do the entire room as well?
I will, yep, yeah. So we'll work anything that is, that we believe is relevant to that fire scene.
Okay, and about how long did it take you and Rodsy to work the interior of the residence?
I would say we were probably in and out in under 5 minutes.
All right, and during that time...
That's what she said.
Any of the distinctive indications?
That's not mature.
Did not give any indication.
To the best of your memory, when you were inside that residence, did you smell anything that might indicate the use of petroleum-based products, like gas or anything of that sort?
I did not recall any odor specifically.
So once you were done working the dog through both the exterior and the interior, what do you?
Holy shit, did they just have pure paper in there? That house went up, with no accelerant. That was fully engulfed. Now, maybe it started small and they didn't catch it in time, but that was a huge fire. So, my goodness, and it just went, I'm telling you, paneling is the devil. I'm pretty sure they lacquered, paneling with varnish that's, probably flammable.
Do you do that?
So after we are done working the fire scene, we'll go back out to kind of our cold zone over by the vehicle, and I will give him kind of a gross decon where we'll brush off any of the major debris, and then I typically wipe off his paws and then check to make sure that he hasn't sustained any injury.
Yes, we take care of our puppers.
And then once you're done, working the scene, what do you do with your dog?
So and then he goes back into his kennel in the vehicle and hangs out.
And then once he hangs out, do you go and have discussions with other fire officials on scene?
I will, yeah. So I will go and meet up with whoever requested us out there or whoever's leading the scene and discuss what we did, our findings, whether there was an indication or there weren't any indications, and then answer whatever questions they may have.
All right. And once you were done with that part of the investigation, did you have any other participation in this investigation?
I did not know.
Once you were done with that, you basically packed up and took your dog home?
That's typically it, yep.
All right. You like your dog?
He's all right. We'll keep him for now.
Okay. Thank you,
Aw.
Firefighter Eberly. I appreciate it. Judge, I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can look at this. Thank you.
Oh, I hate slamming doors. My kids do that. And my door in the room that Mr. Mo is working on, it has a bit of a vacuum because it's all empty. So it will slam loud. And he got a really substantial door for my room since I want it to be quiet-ish. Yeah, I don't like slamming doors. I like to be very quiet. Noises are not my friend. King Bob, I'm working on that. So my next upgrade, because I do think I want to look at possibly voice work or voiceovers. I mean, I could sit down and make silly voices or read stuff, and I kind of do that, only not always correctly. So I am looking at upgrading my mic to one of the ones that has a soundboardy thing. The problem is I'm going to need a recovery addict to clone himself and then come here and teach me how to work it. I do have a Stream Deck that has utterly baffled me. And I know other creators have them and they use them. Megan is great at it. I just get so Twitter pated with the whole thing. So it's a bit hard for me, but I am looking at upgrading a lot of things once I get into my room. Hopefully by soon.
The state may call their next witness. All right, thank you. Thank you. Sir, if you'll please come forward and just stand in front of the witness stand.
Okay, I am dying to see the rest of this tie. This tie is so loud just at the knot. I want to see the entire outfit. Like, is the suit a crazy color too? I am intrigued to death by this tie. I'm like, what is on it? How many colors? It's confusing.
And before you sit down, if I can ask you to raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give
Sweater.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, sir. It might be easier if you come around the front there. And then, sir, if I can ask what you sit down, if you can just get as close to the microphone as is reasonable. Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you.
Do not
Good
deep
morning.
throat the
Good
mic.
morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
My name is Greg Cobb, last name C-O-B-B.
So, Mr. Cobb, how are you employed?
Currently, I am a school bus driver. I'm the driver trainer and lead driver for Platte Valley Schools in Jersey.
Okay. Prior to being a school bus driver, were you with the Greeley Fire Department?
Yes, I was. I worked for the Greeley Fire Department for 30 years.
Have you since retired from the fire department, hence the bus driving routine?
I did. I retired in February of 2023.
All right. What, let's start with this. How long had you been with the Greeley Fire Department?
For 30 years.
All right. And prior, what was your title?
When I retired and left the fire department, I carried the rank of lieutenant, and I was assigned as deputy fire marshal, lead fire investigator.
All right. And how long have you been a fire investigator?
In my 30-year career, 27 to 28 years of those were spent as a fire investigator.
All right. What? Tell the jury your education, please.
I hold 2 associate's degrees from Ames Community College, one in fire science technology and the other in fire protection technology.
All right. Are you at the time, did you hold a number of certificates?
Those sound like classes I would take. You know what they need to do for adults? And we want to solve the college issue and make it more affordable. Have classes online that are free. You know, you can sit in and watch classes. You don't have to be an expertologist. You're not going to, take the class, but have more of them streamed. I would love to sit in on fire technology until they got to math. When they get to math, I'm just going to have to skip that class. But I'd be interested in learning about fire. It's again, they add that math.
I did. Numerous certifications, the ones pertaining to fire investigations. I was a certified fire and explosion investigator through the National Association of Fire Investigators. I was a certified vehicle fire investigator through the National Association of Fire Investigators.
Okay. Have you, during your tenure with the Greeley Fire Department, did you ever receive any awards or letters of commendation?
I did with the fire department. I received Fire Investigator of the Year award in roughly 1997. I received Training Instructor of the Year 2 years, and then I also received a Fire Investigation Special Recognition Award in 2015.
While you were employed with the Greeley Fire Department, did you kind of keep up on training yearly?
We had to. It was a requirement to maintain your certification. You had to have at least 36 hours of continuing education to maintain your certifications through National Association of Fire Investigators.
So you had training in firefighting?
Correct.
You also had training in your fire investigation role?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that that was a significant number of hours of training in both those particular roles?
Absolutely.
When I am president, you will be allowed to say, is it fair to say you're an expertologist? You're a fireologist. And you can say, hells yeah, I've done this for 50 years. We won't have to say, are you sure that your education will enlighten the jury? I'll be like, are you an expertologist? Hells yeah. That will have to be the response. But I think it would work.
Absolutely. Over the course of my career, total accumulated training in hours spent as a firefighter were, maybe about 2,100. As a fire investigator, probably 1,000 hours. In total, probably 3,500 hours in training.
Okay. How many fires do you think you investigated during your time with the fire department?
Close to 600 fires over the course of my career.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court regarding arson and fire investigations?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I have.
Remember about how many times?
3 times.
Do you believe your knowledge in the area of an arson investigator would be helpful to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'd move to qualify Mr. Cobb as an expert in arson investigation pursuant to 702.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
No.
All right, the court will accept the witness as an expert in the profit field, and Mr. McCormick, you may proceed accordingly.
All right, thank you. So turning your attention back to October 3rd of 2021, were you employed with the Greeley Fire Department on that date?
I was.
And was that as a firefighter and an arson investigator?
It was, correct, yes.
And on that date, did you have an occasion to respond to fire at 2413 15th Avenue Court?
I did.
Your understanding was that in City of Greeley, Weld County, State of Colorado?
Yes.
Right. And where did you have to come from in regards to that address?
So on this particular morning, it was a Sunday morning, and I was the on-call fire investigator, which means that I responded from my residence. I was at home, in bed. As the lead fire investigator, I had a fire department vehicle that I responded in, so I responded from home.
Okay. And do you recall what type of fire this was?
It was dispatch.
I don't expect to see fireworks from this defense until Hosanna testifies. Again, you're going to have a witness that was an accessory. So I don't expect to see a lot of interrogation of the witnesses, especially when the dog didn't alert, so they don't have the accelerant in there. But I do wonder if, I do want to see the fireworks when Hosanna testifies. I think this is where we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this case, because the defense desperately wants you to see Stacy as, a victim and someone, and I realize I spelled her name wrong. I put an S instead of a Z. What is wrong with me? Well, to be fair, spelling is not my jam. But that's not appropriate, so I will fix it.
Dispatched as a residential structure fire.
And do you remember about what time you got on scene that day?
Well, the call was dispatched, I believe, about 5:45 in the morning. A fire investigator isn't automatically dispatched with the initial assignment. That usually comes from fire command. With the fire conditions, command ordered a second alarm and a fire investigator probably about 5:55 a.m. So the request went to dispatch. By the time they process and notify me, it was probably about 6:05 when I received the phone call.
Okay. Now, some of us may or may not be aware of some of the language you're using. You said a second alarm was called. So what does that mean?
So when the 911 call is placed and, for example, a residential structure fire is reported, the response matrix in the first alarm, the 911 call center automatically sends 3 engine companies, 2 truck companies, a battalion chief, and an ambulance. While en route, the incident commander can go ahead and upgrade, or when they get on scene with the conditions that are faced, they can upgrade to a second alarm, which would send an additional 2 engines, another battalion chief, another truck company, and more ambulances.
All right. Is it fair to say that a second alarm is reserved for some fairly significant fires?
Yes. You need more resources for larger fires.
All right. So you were subsequently contacted. Did you then go to that scene?
I did.
All right. And if you would initially just tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw upon your arrival.
So I arrived probably approximately 6:15, 6:20 a.m. to the scene. It was kind of procedure. Routinely, what I did is I checked on scene with dispatch, met with the incident commander, the battalion chief. We briefed about what was known so far, the facts, how many structures are involved, are there any victims, what their initial indications are, the initial conditions of the fire on their arrival. All of this information is important for me to start developing a picture of what we're going to be investigating. So that's what I did first, is met with the incident commander, the battalion chief on scene.
So when you arrived at scene, was the fire still ongoing, or was it, I don't necessarily say put out, but was there a process being done to make sure that it was out and safe for your investigation?
Yes, it was still ongoing. The main body of fire had been put out. All the overhaul work, and that is seeking out all the hidden embers and putting out all the hot spots. They were able to do that work on the outside, but they stopped that work on the inside of the structure because there was a fire victim. And that's usual and customary to try and not disturb as much of the interior of the structure as possible until a fire investigator can get eyes on it and potentially get photographs before the scene is disturbed any more than it has to be.
Okay, so let's break that down. Is it fair to say that there was a significant amount of water used for this particular fire?
There was, yes.
At what point were you advised that a body was inside or had been located?
I knew that immediately upon my arrival and my initial contact with the battalion chief.
Okay, so, and law enforcement was already there, but additional law enforcement was notified?
Correct, yes.
Right, so did you at some point enter into the interior to view that deceased individual?
I did. I entered the scene, the interior of the structure, to take photographs. I was escorted by the lieutenant of the truck company that located the victim. The victim had already been removed from the structure, and he was in the ambulance when I arrived on scene.
All right, so you went in.
And a huge thank you for our first responders, our firefighters, our EMTs, that go to these scenes, that find these horrific things, that I'm sure have to weigh on them. So I hope that, driving a bus and doing something completely different is a balm for his soul, because I know in 30 years he's probably seen terrible, terrible things. One of my favorite shows, I think Homicide Detective with Joe Kenda. Not gonna lie, the actor that plays Joe Kenda, he is my type of type. So I may have ulterior motives, but it is a good show. And after he was a homicide detective for, I think, 30 years, he went to be a bus driver too. So Mr. Mo won't let me watch it because he doesn't like to watch about homicide. And it was like, do you know me? Like, unless people die, I don't know why we're watching the show. We end up watching a lot of food. The best review channel on YouTube is what we tend to watch, with him eating a bunch of street food. And then we get hungry and we get mad that we live in rural Indiana and don't have any of this stuff. Okay, I digress. He would like to eat all the things, and I am like, all the food is touching, I'm going to be out. I could never travel. I'm like, could you just put these on separate plates for me? Like, I'm sorry, I'm just a little weird. Also, intestines, not my jam, and no chicken feet.
To just do the initial, you said take photographs?
Correct.
All right, and then afterwards, did you go and take photographs of the deceased individual in the ambulance?
I did.
All right, now, why are those two things important for your investigation?
Well, we try to get photographs of the structure, the interior of the structure, the location of the victim before anything is disturbed, moved, and then we need to try and take photographs of the fire victim before they're disturbed. Each time that you move a fire victim, there is evidence that could be destroyed, removed, whatnot. So when I took photos in the ambulance, I just took some preliminary photos because I didn't want to move the victim. I knew at some point we were going to have coroner's investigators there, medical examiner investigators, and detectives. So I waited so we could do that all together. So when we had to do it one time.
Okay. So, be clear, at that point, you didn't notice anything.
I really do like, and sometimes you notice it and sometimes you notice the lack of it, but I do really enjoy the attention to detail that every single witness has brought through to the point where he's like, can I expound on this just a little bit for the computerologist? So I like that, they had someone with experience who would only move the decedent once. And it's a very interesting thing to see people actually competent at their job. I mean, we've all sat through, well, Karen Reed, where it's like, and some stuff. So it is nice to, see very professional people who are thinking ahead and trying to protect evidence and, get justice for this person that they found. A person they don't know, they might have never met, but they are going to put all their effort in to finding out who did this. And I really appreciate the good first responders.
Extruding from the deceased person's neck. You knew nothing about that.
We did not. Unfortunately, there was enough thermal damage to the victim that it wasn't identifiable at that time.
Okay. So you've talked about a couple of preliminary process. Is there another preliminary procedure where you take into consideration weather?
I do. During the course of my investigation, I always take a snapshot of the weather conditions at the time of the fire. I obtain my information either from the National Weather Service
or Ryan Hull, y'all.
Depending on where the incident is located. The University of Northern Colorado has a weather station, weather observation data collection site that I can obtain information from that source. I always take a look at the weather because the weather has an effect on fire behavior.
Right. And that particular evening, based upon your investigation, did the weather have any impact at that time?
It did not. The weather was seasonal. There was no inclement weather in the area. There was no thunderstorms. There was no high winds or anything like that. The weather was pretty unremarkable.
When you get on scene, in addition to those things you've mentioned, do you also have an opportunity to speak to perhaps other individuals at the scene that are non-law enforcement or non-fire?
I do, and I try to make that a habit of one of the first things that I do is to talk to people and at least get names and phone numbers so that I can contact them. They may be witnesses, they may be neighbors, whatever. And if you don't do that initially, trying to find these people to conduct an interview later it's difficult.
Okay. And in this particular case, did you have a conversation with a neighbor by the name of Michael Campbell?
I did, yes.
Right. And were you aware through the investigation that he was one of the initial people that had gone over to this house to try to either notify the homeowner that there was a fire or make contact with him?
Objection, hearsay.
Thank you. Give me just a moment. The court will overrule the objection.
Can you repeat that?
No, so I can answer the question?
Yes.
Yeah, so I had law enforcement officers and also firefighters tell me that gentleman standing over there, his name is Mr. Campbell, and you need to talk to him. He's got some excellent information. In fact, he may be the original 911 caller.
Okay.
So I contacted him during the course of my investigation, and I did interview him on scene there that morning.
Do you recall what he told you?
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection, hearsay.
Can the parties approach?
I mean, it is hearsay. I don't know that. Her scalp has to be burning. Good Lord, cornrows are so tight. Every time I see her head, I'm just like, ow. I have a sympathy headache. And her hair must be hella long.
So, Mr. Cobb, let me just be real clear here. You utilize as much information as you can to get not only a picture of the residence or a picture of what may have happened prior to fire arrival.
Correct.
All right. Did Mr. Campbell provide you with that?
Yes.
All right. What did he initially tell you?
He stated that, and please excuse if my times are a little bit off. I would have to refer to my report, but he stated that the victim's dog was in the backyard barking close to 3 a.m. It woke him up, Mr. Campbell, it woke him up because they were next door neighbors, and the dog was back there barking. And so he said that he went over to the victim's house, to knock at the door to get him to let the dog in so the dog would be quiet and he could go back to sleep. He stated that when he walked by the garage, he noticed that the lights were on in the garage and that the victim's car was parked in the garage. So he said, well, he's home. And so he went and he knocked at the door, didn't get a response. And so he went back to bed, went back to his residence, went back to bed. I asked him at that time, did you see anything? Did you smell anything? Smell any smoke? See any fire? And Mr. Campbell stated he did not. So then he stated he fell back asleep, and then about 5:15, somewhere around there, the dog was barking again. So he once again got up out of bed, walked over to knock at the door to get the dog to quit barking. And he stated that he knocked on the door, he was pounding on the door. This time he was, a little bit more, sleep deprived, and he was pounding on the door hard. He stated that when he was knocking at the door was hot. And so he backed up from there, and he pounded on the door a couple more times. And from pounding on the door, it caused the picture window located right next to the door to fail. Once that window failed, a bunch of smoke and a large amount of fire came out of the residence. He said that he stumbled back off the front porch, and that's when he went to go call 911. I asked him specifically, when you were walking over there the second time, before you knocked at the door and you felt that the door was hot, did you smell anything or see anything? And he said, I didn't see any smoke, but as I was walking by the garage in the picture window, he said I could smell a slight odor of smoke.
Okay. And did you also, through your preliminary investigation, have an opportunity to look at surveillance video or ring camera footage from neighbors?
I did on several occasions, yes.
And based upon your review of that, were you able to see the fire and the start of the fire?
Yes, we were able to review the video, the surveillance video, and I saw a gentleman walking up to the door, knocking at the door. Presumably, it was Mr. Campbell, as he described him, but a gentleman goes up to the front door, knocks at the door, is there for a while. You can't hear or see anything in the video, as I recall, like the glass breaking or anything, but you can see fire rush out that picture window.
So based upon everything that you saw in terms of video and Mr. Campbell, that was fairly consistent as to how this got started?
Yes, there was other video that we viewed during the course of the investigation that actually provides a video record of when the fire was started. We could see the fire actually starting in the living room. We witnessed the fire start.
Okay. Now, while you were doing this, were you at one point provided with notification or information from the coroner's office about the condition of the deceased?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you told?
So once the coroner's investigators and law enforcement and I completed our photographs of the victim in the ambulance, the victim was transferred from the back of the ambulance to the coroner investigator's vehicle. They left the scene. They transported the victim to the coroner's office. And so we were notified on the scene there probably within the hour. Detectives got a phone call from the coroner's office investigators stating that there was a metal object protruding from the victim's neck. So they were indicating to us that this was probably not going to be an accidental fire.
Okay. So based upon that information, everything's kind of
Probably
put on the
not.
board, was a search warrant was obtained.
Correct.
And in the interim, because of the nature of the fire, was a canine detection dog contacted.
Yes.
All right. And once at scene, a search warrant was signed by a judge. And
I'll allow that, what otherwise would be a leading question to orient the witness.
were you present when a search warrant was provided allowing for a search?
Yes.
All right. Were you present when the canine handler arrived on scene?
Yes, I was.
Were you present when the canine handler conducted his portion of the investigation?
Yes.
Leading.
Did you confer with the canine handler after that would be at the time Lieutenant Brian Everly?
Correct,
Did you
yes.
confer with Lieutenant Brian Everly after he had conducted his part of the investigation?
Yes.
And what were you told at that particular point?
That the canine detection dog that responded to the scene did not alert on any specific areas on the exterior of the residence and on the interior of the residence. As I recall, the garage wasn't searched by the canine just because you would expect to find hydrocarbon-based liquids or accelerants in a garage normally.
All right. So once you were begin your investigation, you entered the residence. All right. You do an initial. Well, what's your process?
So when I arrive on scene, I brief with the incident commander. I talk to the company officers of the fire companies that are on scene. What did you do? Did you see anything? Get all that information from them. Then typically I do a 360 of the exterior of the structure, and I photograph the exterior of the structure before I go inside. Okay. And then by then I'm got a pretty good idea of what quadrant of the structure that we need to be focusing on based upon fire damage, witness reports, fire company reports, and then damage to the exterior of the structure. Then I can start making a plan for where efforts need to be concentrated at on the interior of the structure. And then I move into the interior. I go ahead and photograph the least damaged areas, maybe the areas or the quadrants of the structure that I'm not as interested in before I get to the area or the quadrant that has the most damage and where it's believed that the origin of the fire was.
During the course of your investigation and final report, did you prepare a diagram, kind of a layout of the house?
I did. I do.
Is that the diagram that you kind of that you had prepared as part of your report?
Yes.
All right. And are you oriented?
Yes, I am.
All right. So you indicated that you went in. I just want to keep the diagram on that side. I want you to turn around if you wouldn't mind looking at the TV again. If we could publish number 20. All right. So this is has previously been admitted as people's number 20. Does that look familiar?
It does.
Next, please. This is number 21. Look familiar?
Yes.
All right. How about this? If there's any that don't look familiar, you tell me.
Okay.
All right. 22, please.
Yes, that looks familiar.
23,
Yes, that's familiar.
24,
Yes, that's familiar.
25,
Yes, that's familiar.
and 26.
Yes, that's familiar.
Okay. So let me ask this. When you initially go in, and you said based upon the surveillance videos, the information were provided in a burn patterns. You familiar with that term?
Yes.
What is a burn pattern?
So a burn pattern is the remains of, or the effects that, excuse me, that heat energy has on an object, on a combustible, on a non-combustible, on a body. It could come in the form of soot, charring, thermal damage, mass loss, and smoke staining.
Okay. And you observed that throughout the house?
Yes.
All right. And you started the process in the living room? Investigation in the living room?
So before I did that, I went and took photographs of the other stuff around the living room that weren't as immediate concern to me.
Okay.
Mr. McCormick, will you just let me know when you're at a logical stopping point? We'll break for lunch.
Okay. Sure. This probably would be it.
This would probably be a good time. Okay. All right. Then, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for our lunch recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, before I let you go, give me just a second here. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately.
We are going to stop here because I actually have to go pick up young Farrell's, and I was just talking middle daughter through how to get an oil change. She's like, okay, we can drop it off here at Walmart. And I said, get off the phone with me. They only take appointments now. She is Twitter-pated because I'm a bad car mom. I basically take it in when it starts yelling at me. And it always seems to be yelling at me. So it's a little overdue. So she is Twitter-pated beyond belief. Like, I can't wait till Friday. I have to go now. So hopefully she gets an appointment and we can do the car shuffle so she gets it done. It is funny. It is helpful to remember with teenagers that this is their first time doing everything. So things that seem incredibly simple and easy to understand as an adult, I have to always remind myself this is her first time doing any of this. So have very much patience. She just seems to be she has current dramatic stress, which I do. So she's constantly dramatic. I love her to death. But she is definitely my child that I'm like, you want to be where the people are and audition for things and do all the things. And I'm such an inside cat. So it is very interesting to raise children that are nothing like you and try to be supportive. I'm like, that's great. You want to go do things. Yay. Sounds like hell on earth to me. I tried to tell her that. I did try to tell her that, but she is... I honestly get it. It's a big responsibility, and she's trying to be responsible. So I appreciate it. It's just, she's a little Twitter-pated, so I have to talk her down. Which I can get, because she's getting horror stories from her friends, like your engine's going to lock up, you're going to be without a car. So I completely understand why she's Twitter-pated. It's just, I never signed up to be the voice of reason. Any hoozle. Everything will be fine. We will get the car taken care of. She will pay me back Friday. She's actually working 2 jobs. So, all in all, cannot complain if we get a little Twitter-pated about an oil change. Thank you guys for writing on the Petty Express. I will try to have something tonight, but I do not know, considering we have now a car shuffle, possibly. So I will try to get the rest of today done tonight, probably around 6. Just because that seems to be the time I'm still functional, and then to 9. So we will try to get today done and move tomorrow into day 3. We are a day behind, but the Petty Express runs on petty time, and we don't like daylight savings time. We are against it. We vote no. Bye, you guys. I hope you had a good time. And it's not a kid case. Thank you, tiny baby Jesus. It's not a kid case, because I don't know if I could take another one. I do love getting the victims their stories and their voices, but kid cases are hard, so I'm glad the Petty Express is on just an arson, which is incredibly sad, but no children were involved. I will see you guys in a little bit. I will try to put up that stream to let you guys know and put it out on Twitter and all the places, so make sure you have your notifications on. Make sure to check with myself and other channels that you are still subscribed. If you haven't seen your favorite creator in a while, YouTube might have assumed that you don't care about them anymore. So definitely check and make sure you're still subscribed. I appreciate it, and I know other creators appreciate it. So I will see you guys later. Bye, guys. Bye, you guys.